appreciated, as you know, North Carolina is really is a leader in the clean energy economy. And the clean energy economy and offshore wind not only allows us possibility to tap into that security, but many families and creating jobs. And that's what we are about. We're about creating prosperity and economic growth and success for Carolinians. With this one, we're also doing our coordination and our world. Because it sometimes time was there, but we need to be done around the world. Yesterday, I was at AMT University, and they received significant grants from the U.S. EPA, U.S. Commerce, for workforce development and clean energy. And so they have over 500 books. I forget how many it's like, this vaccination and what's going on that goes to the top. I believe it was to about $24 million for NBC for their control leadership and for future finance that they're offering us. So it's a great time to be doing this work, to be in North Carolina, and to be a part of such a task force that's going to handle lives that impact on state and the residents of the state. We're fortunate to have a leader on the people who is working diligently and is really enable us into the administration and as a state government to put forth efforts, actions, and ideas that differentiate us from many other states. And I think that the mayor will the place that's very nice for the economy. But the creation of I am proud to the state university partner. Graduated with a doctorate and the Hall of Fame. So I am delighted to be here. Today is his birthday. Since you are so to have a so thank you so much for your hospitality and for your as always for your work and vision. Good day. Secretary saying so much for is very well. All right. Sending messages that participants are to the continuing or having shown it's we did one of the session is that people don't so you're really excited so well it's actually the same started it's the same it's the transfers to just so it's space matters some both supposed to be please also over what stated to manage and discuss for to ensure that participation is important. At this time, I believe time to report to Justice Sassy or take one that's North Carolina on this to the UK as well as the remarks. Invitation of the UK national training of the in the city. Shame that
So we go follow me there. Which so it's when you can consider is we also to or chance to see other folks so in case of technology innovation, research there, the offshore and to see the cell testing those some experience also participated. Once it's consider nature this successful developed and offshore supply chain regional businesses that city and transitions is not offshore facilities. So there's a massive where's the should just choice. Maybe certainly church leaders, retailers, a time was a channel and maybe what I used to be church study. So that's what when I don't know church to share and other than necessarily my own people instead of being places this relationship or or desire to sort or this source the growth the second thing that really struck me was unchanging and control. And I think that to parents and what's something possible so I think the scale of what we started was displayed so for example, we did much more the region, it's 10 miles, many months, just around. I'll say that we're promised larger than we just understanding to use that thing that you pay and get like a square. That where I go for the rest of the opportunities, just in the city just for an interview which have interest in trading real estate, investing in real estate, so maybe for joining us together we'll forward to working. Seriously, was recently killed short and short. And no opportunities to just mention which starting. So you should pay. So I say this with the taskforce to so such a business so we should just to handle sanctions for us in North Carolina. You want to say the Jackson's been shown with the charms yesterday and seeing somewhere seeing Carolyn's post the patient and so see the text was also made very directly. Technology, so shows some sure, there's a couple of sides of the time to full effects of getting yes, we do. Use a little slide by later. First of all, just seems like the whole station goes out, but it's so for example, yesterday, station from federal and both to one of their aims, which was time, it's a big job. So, it's time, both essential goes out to starting with the state energy levels of the current. So that is very to show the rest of the clean energy. Stay there, full by all others, just go. Second, so this so some from students the students able to so soon as the students started should go as to those something here to those many straight so a lot of side folks today get presentation for that kind of parts related to facing to large schools, state links, building side links, and resources to the state. Thank you. Yeah, also, they already keep up with so system organizations and this time, systems into energy so so or so or someone seeing something saying was fine. Mention the ability to it's really it's first achieved and it's tested into the work, it's done into the it's very okay to something to see it's going for the sort of usually centering into the state for children across the state students university so burners celebrating this year slash commercial they're able to do this to heal students who alone are storing power speak to their students and participating in them and in virtual and how they're forward to build their states opportunities and build those times to states training. I think our this losing transition secretaries and saying so well tackles and responsive. So everybody is running to see it's not general sphere of the Taskforce. So I'm change your options. Stability so sort of so the program assistance of paper Still dating all of this. I'm feeling this was the first time just sort of wanted to go. That's what I'm going to do. So, gender, just also
The best joke. I don't even see that. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'd say we just go ahead and go. This may not be fixed, and we're gonna put this behind. I didn't. It doesn't even show up.
Try.
But I don't even see it as an input.
All right, we will move forward. This meeting is being recorded, so for those people who are unable to hear, we do apologize and we'll have an opportunity to listen in on the recording. Madam Assistant Secretary, please.
This one is way.
That have implications for offshore wind, project development, and working to grow our supply chain, workforce, and improving and installing infrastructure. Also talk about the status of the federal project that is moving through Congress right now, as well as some
Looking for
the status of the Trump era mandatory that we've already discussed several times in two different meetings. And then I'll discuss some of the activities that have taken place here in North Carolina that are against offshore wind efforts. Yesterday was a guide. I'm going to say these are a little bit delayed, or I'm just experiencing human error in advancing slides.
I gotcha.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the federal state partnership. And the timing for me personally was really auspicious. This partnership was announced on the day that I returned back from the UK from the Global Offshore Wind Conference that Marquita and Justin referred to just a few minutes ago. And I was able to tune in to the live Zoom meeting from my phone while sitting in Atlanta Hartsfield Airport and watch the proceedings as they happened. And it was really pretty exciting. And really what it showed me is that collaborative, cooperative efforts that take place and that are moving this effort forward really are going to be the crux of how we advance and succeed in growing this offshore wind industry from the very start. So what I would note is this federal state partnership was announced at the end of June, and it was hosted by President Biden and several members of his cabinet, and it was attended and participated, 11 governors, East Coast governors also participated in this announcement. And this initiative basically commits the federal government and those 11 East Coast governors to collaborate on expanding key elements of a national offshore wind supply chain, from manufacturing facilities to port capabilities and extending onto workforce development. On that same day, the administration also, I should say the federal administration, also announced steps to advance a national offshore wind supply chain roadmap and designated offshore wind vessels as vessels of national interest to facilitate more offshore wind construction. The states and the federal government have committed to work together to build a strong U.S.-based supply chain for offshore wind, grow a skilled domestic workforce, and build on the work that's been done to address important regional matters such as transmission, interconnection, fishing, and other co-ocean use issues, as well as other priority topics. As a first step in this new federal state initiative, the Biden administration and the 11 participating governors are endorsing a set of state, federal, and regional commitments that will expand key elements of the supply chain, including manufacturing facilities for offshore wind components, support capabilities, logistics networks that are needed to install and supply projects, and workforce development to fill those good paying jobs that we've been learning so much about. Working together, these partners are going to have to report and track their progress, anticipate future needs, and collaborate on a national and regional basis. Something that we as the state of North Carolina have already endeavored into with our partnerships with Virginia and Maryland when we executed the Smart Power MOU to work collaboratively together to grow this industry. I want to talk a little bit about the moratorium because the status of this moratorium that was established in September of 2020 is really fluid right now. If you all recall, in the waning months of his presidency, then President Trump executed what's known as a presidential memorandum that essentially said that leasing offshore areas off of our coast for development would be banned essentially beginning July 1st, 2022. And so that casts a pall and a whole lot of uncertainty on the future of new offshore wind development beyond the Carolina Long Bay leases that I'll talk about in just a few minutes. And so there's been a whole lot of effort on the part of some of our North Carolina congressmen and women, including Congressman David Rouser, who's from, who represents many counties down east, as well as Congresswoman Deborah Ross, who represents Wayne County. And through their leadership and persistence, they've been able to include legislative language in several vehicles, or legislative vehicles, I should say, that would clarify that moratorium or ban on offshore energy leasing applies only to fossil fuel resources, such that it would allow for renewable energy development that requires leasing by the federal government to continue. And so I'm really excited to say that language was included in the draft bill that Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer released last week, the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's also included in the National Defense Authorization Act of 2023. And so we have two very promising legislative vehicles that have what we understand to be bipartisan support that will hopefully clarify in the law for us and remove that uncertainty for future offshore wind development off of our coast. And so this is really exciting. I would also say that in an analogous announcement on July 20th, President Biden announced that he was directing the Secretary of the Interior to advance offshore wind energy development off of our waters in an attempt to help clarify and mitigate the uncertainty that Trump-era moratorium has created. Of course, I think we all know that laws mean that a law that is, that is passed by both houses of Congress and is signed by the president carries a whole lot more weight and durable commitment than a policy that is announced to the executive. And so I think that it is all of our hope that we see congressional action on this item and that we can put this uncertainty to bed. The mouse skills hit the buttons. Okay, the RISE Act. There's been some really interesting movement and legislation that has been pending Congress for the past couple of years. This is a bill that is termed Reinvesting in Shoreline Economies and Ecosystems Act of 2022. This is being spearheaded by Senators Whitehouse and Cassidy, so it's bipartisan again. And what this does in short is that will provide parity for renewable energy development off of the Atlantic coast in terms of providing for revenue and royalty and rent sharing with the adjacent states. Very similar in scope to how the Gulf Coast states receive funds from activities that occur off of their shores. And so what's been happening with this act is that It was rolled into, best way to describe it, as an amendment and an existing bill in the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee 2 weeks ago. And it received a favorable report, which means that it's headed to the full Senate chamber for further consideration and hopefully a favorable vote, and then it will go over to the House. And hopefully it will receive the same treatment and ultimately end up going to President Biden for his signature. Now, what this bill would do, and it's pretty remarkable actually, is that, like I mentioned, it creates parity for offshore wind energy development in terms of revenue sharing for operating fees, revenues, royalties, bonuses, rentals, and other payments for projects. And the way the bill is written right now, it would be effective or would apply to any of those payments effective January 1 of this year. In practice, what that means with North Carolina is that based on the formula that's yet to be developed by the Secretary of Interior, there's going to be a distribution of funds, 37.5%, or a portion of 37.5% of the winning bids that both Duke Energy and Total Energy submitted to win those leases off of Brunswick County will come to North Carolina. We will likely share 37.5% in some proportion with the state of South Carolina based on our proximity to the location of those leases. But 37.5% of $150 million is no small change. And what that money has to go to is towards coastal protection. And so a lot of you here are very interested in how we are going to manage the potential impacts of this development on our landlord and local communities. And so the legislation is very specific in terms of what the monies can be used towards. It may include things like conservation, coastal restoration, hurricane protection, and developing infrastructure and managing infrastructure that's directly impacted by offshore wind energy development and other coastal, and also addressing coastal losses. So we're talking about dealing with mitigation that would help address any damages or impacts to fish, wildlife, or natural resources, including through studies that would help inform our work in fishery sciences. It could support the implementation of federally approved marine, coastal, or comprehensive conservation management plans. And the monies could be used towards mitigating the impacts of those agricultural activities through funding onshore infrastructure projects on the condition that those projects are not conducted or meant to provide for entertainment purposes. I'm not sure exactly what's behind that caveat, but maybe that'll come to light at some point, but I just want to mention that. And the legislation also puts a restriction of up to 3% of the distribution for administrative purposes. So the intent is truly to support the coastal communities and the resources that could potentially be impacted by this development. And this could be very significant for North Carolina. So we'll watch that going forward. So that's the update on from state activities. We're going to talk a little bit about what's been happening more closer to home and what we might have a little bit more influence over. Just a few weeks after we met last in May, Duke Energy released its draft carbon plan. And I'm not going to talk too much about it because we have a couple of much more expert folks who are actually representing Duke Energy here in the room who can speak in much more detail. And I think we'll also talk more about it during our panel a little bit later this morning. But I just want to give folks a little bit of an update about where that is and what my understanding is in terms of what's happening going forward. And so if you all recall, I mentioned this at our last meeting, that House Bill 951, Energy Solutions for North Carolina, that Governor Cooper signed through a bipartisan effort last October, requires the North Carolina Utilities Commission to develop a carbon plan working with Duke and other stakeholders to reduce carbon emissions statewide from the power sector by 70% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality in the power sector by 2050. And the legislation directed Duke, or directed the Utilities Commission to work with Duke to develop that plan and to have it finalized by the end of this calendar year. So Duke released its, I would call it first salvo on the draft carbon plan on May 16th. So it was just 2 weeks after we met. And in brief, the plan includes 4 potential energy resource portfolios as Duke's proposed roadmap to get the company to that 70% by 2030, and that takes them on the road to carbon neutrality by 2050. The portfolios contain combinations of energy resources, including new solar installations, storage batteries, on and offshore wind resources, new nuclear, including small modular reactors, new pumped storage, new combustion and combined cycle natural gas plants that would all work together to help offset more than 10 gigawatts of planned coal retirements by mid-2030. 3 of those 4 portfolios that we put forward include various levels of offshore wind injections as a part of the mix. And like I mentioned, I'm going to leave it to our esteemed colleague, Mark McIntyre, who serves with us on the task force. And he's going to be participating on that panel with the phone developers later today, and he can talk more about the carbon plan. Just want to note that the Utilities Commission in its work on this carbon plan has held thus far 4 in-person stakeholder meetings all across the state to gather input and feedback on the draft plan. And later this month, they're going to be hosting 2 virtual meetings, again, to solicit feedback from all stakeholders who are interested in its outcome. The commission's accepting comments on the plan from the public really until the plan is finalized at the end of this year. And so we'll be watching closely as to the outcome of that one. It's a familiar face over there. I'm surprised they don't mention this in your comments. I'm happy to yield the floor for additional commentary on this, but this is something that we're very, very proud of and very much looking forward to working on together. So last month, on July 20th was really this day. President Biden told the Secretary of Interior to work on advancing offshore wind. They had Secretary Sanders and one of the representatives from the government signing an MOU stating that our state and the UK are going to cooperate in fulfilling several goals, basically to help advance our clean energy economies through a shared learning of best practices and helping lift each other up so that we can meet these efforts together. And so
Jennifer, thank you for raising that. Justin was very instrumental in pushing that MOU forward, drafting the language, and facilitating the meeting with the secretary. And what is the proper title for?
Secretary.
The Minister of Trade at the UK. The governor signed that MOU, and Secretary Sanders graciously represented the state in that event. But if you don't mind, Justin, did you want to talk more about that MOU?
Sure, thank you. I realize I touched on some of the themes, but didn't address that movie itself. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about it. So this MOU is actually the second MOU that the UK has with a US state. The UK has pursued these MOUs, or is pursuing these MOUs as a mechanism to deepen collaboration at the state level, as we also work at the federal level on what we hope will be a US-UK free trade agreement. But for anyone who's been exposed to a free trade agreement and worked on a free trade agreement, it takes a lot of time and there are a lot of complications. So in the meantime, these agreements are designed, as Jennifer mentioned, to move the ball forward. And in the North Carolina context, we're so closely aligned on all things renewable energy that we really wanted to put in place this mechanism to signal our commitment to working together space. So we're also really, really excited about it. The minister pictured is Minister Penny Mordaunt. So she was actually in the final three to be the next prime minister of the UK. So she actually just bowed out a few weeks ago, actually on the day that he was signed. But if that gives you a sense of the level of interest and engagement at the senior most levels of the UK government, including these agreements and working closely with states, because I think there is just such a broad recognition of the opportunity and the size of the opportunity. The Chair Welton also mentioned the Northern Powerhouse region of the UK. So in my role, this is one area where I'm hoping to draw additional connections and ties. It's where the vast majority of offshore wind capacity resides in the UK. So it's also the cradle of the industrial revolution. This is Manchester and Liverpool and Leeds, Newcastle. And so there's a similar story and a similar growth trajectory that's happening there as it's happening here. So I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned, and we hope to use this MOU as a platform and a mechanism for working with all of you and with other stakeholders and areas.
Jennifer, sorry for interjecting that in, but you mentioned it and it was worth having Justin expand on. And just since our visit to Kay and Secretary Sanders' visit, between the two, we have had a lot of conversations already with companies and businesses and governmental entities interested in the partnerships with North Carolina. And so we expect some very fruitful outcomes from this partnership.
First, always happy to yield to the folks who know more than us. And finally, probably the most salient update to share with you all is the announcement of the executed leases for the two areas known as Carolina Lock Bay, formerly known as Wilmington East. When they met last in May, the option for those two areas was imminent. I believe it was like 3 or 4 days out. And so we knew we were on the cusp, but we didn't know exactly who was going to bid and what the nature and the amounts of those bids would look like. But now we have some more detail. And so I'm really excited to announce that Duke Energy, as well as Total Energies, a major energy producer company based in France, each won one of the two leases that were out there for bid by Vellum for amounts of $155 and $160 million respectively. And then the picture. The leases were executed in mid to late June in advance of the beginning of the moratorium I talked about before. And so those efforts can move forward unfettered without any concern about them being hamstrung by the language in that moratorium that is, like I mentioned before, very fluid. So we'll talk a lot more about those two leases and the efforts that Duke and Total have underway to execute all those leases later on today when my colleague Dana and I spent some time talking with Mark and Jen and Eric from Greg, talking about where those projects are, how we can expect the work on those projects to have some significant economic impact and workforce opportunities here at home. In terms of the status and what happens next with those leases, it's my understanding, and Jennifer can speak more to this, but on a high level, they're working to get a better sense of what's out there on the water and under the water and the weather around the water. So they're developing site assessment plans that will be submitted to government in the next 12 to 16 months. Following that, we're developing construction and operations plans that have a lot more discrete detail about where and what types of programs will be placed, types of patients, how the orientation of the projects will look like, as well as rights of way and potential points of interconnection. And upon receipt of that, once it's approved by our federal regulation, at that point, we'll start undertaking its environmental review. There'll be lots of opportunities for stakeholder involvement and engagement with that federal process and then to the state process as it's analogous role as we take responsibilities of the coastal surveys. Every serves as a slide. Oh, this is a quick articulation of where we are in the spell leasing process. I forgot to include this fun slide for everybody. So you can see where Carolina Long Bay is in the timeline from identification of the potential area for leasing all the way to construction installation on the far side. So Carolina Long Bay for Duke and Total, this is the very beginning. And for Kitty Hawk, we'll hear from Air in a little while. For Kitty Hawk North, they've got their cop submitted, and Ashley, can you speak to that too? Oh, second one is out for the south stuff. Breaking news. Thank you. Ashley from Robin Bridge has announced that the construction operations plan for Kitty Hawk was done. See, not at least 500 distance. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. So Kitty Hawk North is of course in the lead, and we'll be really curious to hear where and what's been going on with that project. And with that, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, happy to yield the floor to any questions and to move our agenda along. Thank you all so much.
With the announcement of the Good Jobs Grant, and as you talked about the Infrastructure Reduction Act and all of the monies that come along with that, along with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that was a $1 trillion act that will spread that money across 5 years, not just Carolina, the U.S., but we would certainly have our fair share of that. A lot of money, a lot of opportunity coming into the state. A lot of the focus on clean energy and specifically offshore wind. So we have an opportunity to really do some powerful things with workforce development, our supply chain development. So we do have to put our thinking caps on and really delve into how we can influence the best use of those funds coming into the state to maximize the opportunity. Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer? Any comments, Steve?
Jennifer, I had a quick question about the interaction between the process. Correctly, based on your presentation, the RISE Act funds that you returned to North Carolina potentially are totally separate from the credit. So it could be implemented.
That's my understanding.
So actually, it's total.
It seems that way. There's nothing in the legislation at this point that leads me to think otherwise. But it's still got a long way to go.
I understand the bid credits; those were restricted to workforce and supply chain. So it might be a little.
That's right. For industry development, one bucket. General. And then coastal protection, restoration, and like natural resources management.
We can really think of this as a once in a lifetime opportunity. That often we see these kinds of dollars flowing into our state and the opportunity for these monies. So we have really before us a chance to set the course for what the future of North Carolina looks like. Any more comments or questions for Jennifer? Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome. I'll be here all day.
So we have a great candidate online, but I believe Carly is going to present on the, or Is it gonna be Carly or Greg on the Offshore Wind Wildlife Summit? Okay, Greg, can we hear Greg, and Greg, can you hear us?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
He can hear, but we can't hear you right now.
Okay.
Are you unmuted, Greg?
Yes, I am.
Unmuted.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
We hear you now. Thank you.
Excellent.
The Audubon Society, which held an Offshore Wind Wildlife Summit last month, and Greg's gonna share a report out. Thank you, Greg.
Very good. Thank you for having me. And sorry I'm not there in person. I had a bit of a cold, and so I figured rather than sharing my germs with everyone in the room, I'd sequester myself. So sorry I'm not there in person. I was asked just to give an update on some activity happening around offshore wind and wildlife in the state, and in particular to just give a quick recap on an exciting event that happened 2 weeks ago in Wilmington. That was the Offshore Wind and Wildlife Solutions Summit. And as you can see, Audubon and several organizations, including the Coastal Federation, Sierra Club, Southern Environmental Law Center, and the National Wildlife Federation, hosted the event together. We saw a little over 150 people attend the one-day event. There were local elected and state officials there, representatives from the governor's office, Department of Commerce, DEQ, Wildlife Resource Commission, Duke Energy, and many community members. So it was really a great roll up your sleeves type event, and an opportunity for a lot of information sharing from leading experts and scientists inside of North Carolina and in other states too that have some real experience around wildlife and offshore wind. The event started out with some recorded remarks by the governor, really highlighting the significant economic development benefits around offshore wind and charging the group to help us get it right. And so that was really what the event was all about. You know, how do we make sure that we can realize these economic development benefits of wind? Part of that, as we heard at our last NCTOWERS meeting, is making sure that we can de-risk the regulatory process. We know that there's many stakeholders that care significantly about wildlife. It's part of what makes North Carolina such an amazing state to live in. And so we really want to make sure that we're protecting our wildlife while at the same time growing our industry. And this summit was really meant to help us figure out how to do that, or at least begin that conversation. It was organized into several different panels. So there was a birds and bats panel, a whales fish panel. There was a panel talking about infrastructure and potential environmental and wildlife impacts associated with that. Many of you know and have listened and watched Tom Earnhardt, who does the PBS Exploring North Carolina show. And he actually closed out the summit sharing his wonderful photography of all of the critters in North Carolina that we love, and kind of a very inspiring final message to everyone in attendance, saying that he's personally seen the devastating impact that climate change is having on our wildlife. And so we've got to figure out how to get this balance right. So I'm going to just touch on a few high level things that came out of the conversation. I would encourage everyone that's interested to go on the Coastal Federation website, where you'll be able to see the full recordings of all the event sessions. I think that was actually just posted about an hour ago. And you'll also be able to see a summary of the meeting itself in case you want to dig a little bit more into the weeds. But to take a step back, you know, at the end of the day, I think the big takeaway for myself and many other participants is, you know, boy, we have a big task ahead of us to build offshore wind in a way that's going to protect our wildlife resources. And that challenge is going to come in a few different forms. So let me highlight a few of the issues that were raised during the meeting. If I could have the next slide, please. Is it possible to advance the slide?
I'll do the advance slide. There you go.
Great. So when we think about the potential impacts of offshore wind on wildlife, uh, you can really break it down in a few different ways. And this slide was actually borrowed from my colleague Curtis Smalling, who spoke at the summit, and it is focused on birds, but there are a lot of similar analogies to other types of wildlife as well. So the first thing is, how do we reduce direct mortality risk? So in the case of birds, how do we actually design these projects to avoid direct strikes against turbines? Or in other instances, how do we reduce harm to fish and whales during the construction from the acoustics and the sound from building these projects, or from potential strikes from boat travel to and from these projects? Fortunately, there's quite a few solutions that are either mature or emerging to help resolve this issue. A big one is the siting, so making sure these projects are not put in areas with high biodiversity or that are going to be major flyways for birds and other animals. We have a new emerging technology that can sense when wildlife is coming close by to a wind project and can momentarily turn that turbine off, wait for that potential conflict to pass by, and then can start up the turbines again. And then there's a lot of technology emerging around monitoring. So, how do we make sure that we have the very best radar, GPS, acoustic technology to sense when there's potential for strikes and collisions? And when it does happen, to learn from those instances so it happens less in the future. How do we use that information as we collect more data to inform future projects? Beyond the potential direct mortality risk, there's also a lot of talk about how do we avoid or mitigate habitat that's lost when animals avoid a wind area that either used to be a place where they could fly through, and so now they have to go around some wind energy areas, or an animal that uses more energy, requires more food, and has an impact on that wildlife. Or in some cases, they might actually forage in that area. So, how do we mitigate or potential avoid areas that we are known high priority areas for these wildlife animals? Then we talk about, cumulative impacts. So it's one thing to put in one wind project that may have minimal impacts alone, but as you get wind projects up and down the coast, it gets a lot harder for wildlife to avoid these projects. So that may be a very far off thing to think about having that many projects. But as we think about wildlife and we think about how they migrate, we really want to start thinking as early as we can about not just individual project impacts, but from a cumulative perspective. And then lastly, one of the things that was talked about was it's not just the impacts, but who is, and what's impacted by these projects. Um, so certain species are far more endangered and imperiled than others. For some bird species, for example, there's only a few thousands, or in some cases, a few hundreds of those species of birds left. Any significant mortality event can really threaten that population. So there was a lot of talk about making sure that we really narrow in on those species that are most rare and most imperiled, make sure we have a very solid game plan and strategy for collecting more and more data to avoid and minimize risk to those species, while at the same time making sure that we're building projects in a way that are going to be least harmful to a wide range of species. So those were some of the key findings. I think one of the big conclusions was that there's just a lot of unknowns. We heard from leading scientists at major universities, folks that are actively engaged in doing this work now, and they've essentially said that because the industry is so new, frankly, we just don't have a lot of experience on how different species are impacted by wind off our coast. There just hasn't been enough experience. On the other hand, there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from and take away from land-based wind projects in the United States, and also lessons that we can learn from offshore wind projects in Europe. So we really need to bring our best thinking to come together to design these new technologies that are going to be needed for the future. The good news, as Jennifer shared a little bit earlier when she showed the chart on how long these projects take to come to fruition, is that we've got some time. The process for developing individual projects is very long, and some good work has already been started. But the bad news is that folks that have concern about offshore wind will continue to have a lot of uncertainty for some time to come, and will likely continue to be vocal about their concerns until they get answers. And so it's prudent that we all work together to answer these wildlife questions together in as expeditiously and transparent a way as possible. At the summit, we heard from some individuals within the fishing and the charter boat community that were very vocal about their concerns. I don't anticipate that those concerns are going to go away until we get a lot more data, a lot more information, and we have more venues where stakeholders can talk about how to design these projects off our coast in as wildlife friendly a way as possible. And so that's something we can think about for NCTOWERS, is how do we support more of that activity. Cobb, the next slide, please. One effort that is currently underway that's going to go a really long ways towards answering some of these questions is the new Wildlife and Offshore Wind, or WOW, effort that's being led by Duke University with funding by BOEM. Now, WOW is a nationwide effort that's going to be identifying wildlife data gaps, developing risk assessment models, and doing targeted data collection to answer some of these critical research questions off our coast. North Carolina has several agency officials that are part of the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative that will be advising the WOW group as it goes about its work. One of the things that several other states have in place to advise their state agencies that are part of this process is a state-specific technical working group. North Carolina doesn't currently have a state-specific technical working group, but that was something that was recommended by several of the stakeholders as part of the summit conversation. So I'm very welcome to have any other additional perspective from some of the NC Tower members and staff that attended the summit meeting. Gina, Carly, Mark McIntyre, Daniel Gavoni, and some others were at the summit. So happy to lend the floor to any thoughts they may have or answer any questions at this time.
Mark McIntyre.
Yeah, thank you. And Greg, thanks for that summary. First, I want to just compliment Greg, you and the other sponsors at the event. I thought it was exceptionally well done, and I certainly walked away with a much more fulsome view of the potential challenges that we all face and making the offshore wind dream a reality. I think the thing that really struck me the most was a theme that is going to resonate in all aspects of this, and that's collaboration. I also walked away with a sense that there's a lack of data for the waters off of our coast, and the only way we're going to get answers is to work together and collaborate. So I think, thank you for the summary, and most of all, thanks for putting on the event.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Carly, do you want to comment?
And I work with the Southeast Coalition, and I also attended the summit last week. And I think one of the biggest takeaways was that even though we do have a significant lack of data, this was a great opportunity for everyone to come together and talk about where that lack is and how to start plugging the information gap. And the state technical work group that Greg mentioned is, I think, going to be one of the very key tools to make sure that we can get the answers we need and support stakeholders in this process. And something that Gina and I both took away from the summit was that there are many different technologies that, even as someone who works in the offshore industry, are new to me, and I'm learning things every day. But Eric Hines, who works at Tufts University, he was one of the panelists during the infrastructure panel. He advocated for the use of gravity-based concrete foundations because of the ratio for job creation. And that's something I didn't think about before. So there's always an opportunity for us to learn from conversations like this. So hopefully it will be the first of many.
Absolutely, and great. Thank you for your part in bringing that summit to this area so that folks can really appreciate what some of the challenges are concerning wildlife and the impact of this effort that we're doing to bring offshore wind to the area. So we do have a lot to learn, a lot of collaboration, and work ahead of us to really make sure that we're approaching this in a way that's going to be most protective to wildlife and also to accomplish the energy objectives that we hope to for the state. Anybody else? And any of our virtual participants have any comments or questions they'd like to make? Gina, I know you also attended. Did you want to share some thoughts on it? Something.
Just a second, what Mark said about the White Foundation.
And I'm sorry, for our listening audience, we'll need you to be on the microphone.
I just want to second what Carly was saying about the Quiet Foundation, the low carbon concrete. Dr. Eric Hines, who talked about potential for job creation, potential for preserving habitat for fishermen, be working in the space, has a lot of win-win opportunities. I think it bears looking at them all.
Thank you. All right, any other thoughts or comments? It's time for our break, so please mute your microphones if you're in your microphone. Has not had an opportunity to look at the Southeast Wind Coalition's visualization project. It is set up in the room to my right. So if you want to get a sense of what towers will look like from the North Carolina coastline or shoreline, the visualization project will help you do that. All right, so we will resume at 11 a.m. with our conversation with our Carolina Long Bay representative. So it's 20 years of experience in senior management positions with Boundary Renewables in Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. Eric joined Boundary in 2007 as policy director in regulatory affairs. In concert with Boundary Renewables team, he has participated in the development of over 1,200 megawatts of wind energy in 7 states. Prior to joining Diamond Grid Renewables, Eric was Deputy Secretary for Pollution Prevention and Compliance Assistance and Energy Director for the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. Mark McIntyre serves as Director of Government and Environmental Affairs for Duke Energy in North Carolina. This is the latest in a series of roles for his 10 years on the company. Before arriving at Duke Energy, Mark worked as a consulting engineer, focused on infrastructure and sustainability, managing non-projects in the U.S. and the Middle East. He began his career in the mid-90s with North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, and is what is now known as Division of, in what is now known as the Division of Water Resources. He earned a Bachelor of Science from North Carolina State University. Thank you, Mark. Jen Banks is Total Energy's Permitting and Development Director for North Carolina, where she focuses on expanding relationships with the state and advancing advocacy development.
What is on the stats?
Jen has been engaged in many facets of the offshore wind industry since 2007, most recently as offshore wind project manager at AECOM. Jen supported clients with federal and state permits with regulatory strategy, and his prior experience includes roles at U.S. Wind and Southeastern Wind Coalition, the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center in American
Nobody's
Wind
responded yet.
Association. So we thank all of our guests. I'll turn it over to Jennifer and let's get us started.
I'll get it here in 1 second. She's making me a host again.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Megan and I are on the NCTOWERS. I'm joined by Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Development, Department of Commerce. We're thrilled to have you here for this panel. We're going to jump into some questions, but we're first going to hear from our panelists a little bit from each of them. I think we have a lot to learn today. We're going to be listening up here. We have a few questions to talk about ahead of time, but we're going to take this conversation where it goes, and I think we have a lot to learn. But it was an exciting and hopefully fruitful opportunity for North Carolina.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, Jennifer Banks, and I'm just really excited to welcome Erica to who's joining us for from Boston, I believe, to present update and activities related to the Kitty Hawk Offshore Wind Concert. With that, Eric, the technology is cooperating. I'm happy to turn the mic over to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Okay, great. I can hear you perfectly. So thank you. And thanks for indulging me in doing this remotely. I've been to Elizabeth City many, many times through the years since I had the opportunity to work on the Amazon wind farm there. And so I will concede I'm a little bit sad to not get to visit again because I always enjoyed Elizabeth City. And I'm sure it's a beautiful summer day down there and a nice day to walk around the town and go to the coffee shops and the restaurants after the forum. So I hopefully next time I'll get to come down, but thank you very much for inviting me to join remotely. I think we can move on to the next slide. I'm glad that somebody there is doing this so I didn't have to figure out the screen share. So as was mentioned, I'm with Avangrid Renewables, and we are part of the Iberdrola Group's global platform. In the US, we're the third largest owner of onshore wind, and then globally, we're the largest onshore wind operator. And I moved over to the offshore business around 2019 from the onshore business. And we're here today to kind of talk about our business and then also the Kitty Hawk wind farm, which we'll get into some more detail. But the purpose of this slide is really to show everyone that we're a global company. And so what that means is we actually have people on our team in the United States that have actually built offshore wind farms and have actually operated offshore wind farms. So we've been able to take the experience from our colleagues at Scottish Power and at Iberdrola and bring a number of those folks over to the United States to work on our wind farms here. And so we've kind of married our US experience with public policy and markets with our international global experience in onshore development, construction, and operations. In the US, right now we have basically 3 different wind farm areas that we're working on. We've already started construction with our joint venture partner on Vineyard Wind 1 in Massachusetts, which will be the first commercial scale offshore wind farm in the United States. We're planning to have first power for that wind farm next year, and then COD the project in 2024. And then we're going to follow that with 2 additional wind farms just south of Vineyard Wind 1, Park City Wind and Commonwealth Wind, which will respectively deliver power into Connecticut and to Massachusetts. So next slide, because I want to talk about Kitty Hawk. So Kitty Hawk is a lease area that is 122,000 acres. We have 180 turbine locations there. So we have a lot of flexibility to deliver power from multiple projects. We could have up to 3 projects from this lease area. We got the lease for $9 million in 2017 at a competitive home auction. And the project really has flexibility to deliver into Virginia or North Carolina, or even with the advances in technology, we can even deliver the projects further north and south. But we really are hoping to do projects in North Carolina and Virginia, and that those are what the areas that we're really targeting and we're really focused on working on. And if we are able to maintain our existing permitting schedule, because we have filed construction and operations plan with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, we can bring a project on as early as 2029. So it's still something that's not that far on the horizon when you think about development of large scale energy projects. Next slide. So this is just to give you kind of an idea of North Carolina, how we could deliver energy directly to North Carolina. Again, it is possible using high voltage direct current technology. Interestingly, it might seem like it's a long way to go from the Kitty Hawk area off of Corolla all the way to these points of interconnection a little further south. But this is really about the same distance that we've proposed projects that we were going to deliver from our Massachusetts area to North Carolina, that other companies are delivering from their Massachusetts projects into North Carolina, and also very similar to distances that have been executed in Europe already for offshore wind projects through HVDC. So it's a technology that scales very well. You don't have a lot of line losses, and it gives you a lot of flexibility to look at different points of interconnection. We picked these areas, and these are of course all subject to analysis on the onshore routes and state permitting and all those kind of things, because we can inject large amounts of power here without undue upgrades. And so I think that all the developers are probably looking very similarly at these types of areas where they can move forward with projects and can accomplish the upgrades necessary to inject the significant power into the system. You know, what we try to do at Avangrid is we're used to really competing. We're really used to sharpening our pencils. We've been delivering some of the lowest price PPA responses in Massachusetts, and we think also we did in New York, even though we weren't as successful with those proposals into New York. And so we'll really be looking to optimize and provide the lowest LCOE cost of energy that we can from these projects. And, you know, we have the benefit in this lease area of having a very large scale that we can develop an economy of scale from. We have very good wind speed. So all we really need is a willing partner to go forward with us on power purchase or some sort of offtake arrangement or some sort of partnership to make this happen. And then on the next slide, I'll just talk about supply chain, workforce, and partnerships, because I think that's really what is interesting to everybody probably in this forum. So the way it is really worked with our projects in the Northeast is that we have counterparties, either utilities or in the case of New York, it's really the state energy agency that they're our counterparty. They're buying our energy, they're buying our renewable energy certificates, and they're buying any other kind of value that we are creating through clean peak standards or other mechanisms that create value from these projects. And we compete against the other developers to win those contracts. One of the key areas of competition is what economic development are you going to provide from your project, and you're evaluated on that. And that's certainly been an evolving thing of the way the states are bringing economic development via offshore wind to their homes and to their home states, is to make that part of kind of the competition for these contracts. So this really heated up really in the last round of New York, and we had made a number of proposals around manufacturing and port redevelopment and so forth. And I think you could probably go look at the public data on what the ultimate winner of those lease areas is providing to the state of New York. But I'll talk about what we did in Massachusetts. So we have two major economic development initiatives in Massachusetts that were part of our winning bid on Commonwealth Wind, which is a 1,200 megawatt project in Massachusetts. The first is we're taking Salem, a piece of industrial land at Salem on the Atlantic Ocean that used to be an old coal-fired power plant, and we're working with our partner Crowley to redevelop that into an offshore wind marshaling port. Okay, and so that footprint is going to be redeveloped and become a productive part of the tax base of that town. It's going to create jobs for the town, but then it's also going to create a open water offshore wind port that then can serve the developing New England market for the next, say, 20 years, let's say. So that was the first part of our proposal. And we were able to integrate that into the proposal because how that port will get paid for, and there's some public dollars that will likely go into this, is through the lease payments that the developers would have to make anyway. So it's kind of a perfect synergy. The second thing that we did is we took another coal plant area in Brayton Point, which is in southern Massachusetts, again, on the coastal area. And you can see in the one picture the kind of the cooling towers from the old coal plant. Those have since actually been destroyed. You know, you kind of see the implosion videos that's happened there. And that's going to be redeveloped by our partner Prysmian into an offshore export cable manufacturing facility. So offshore export cables are one of the 6 major packages that go into offshore wind projects. And again, we were able to do that. And again, there may be some public dollars that go into this, of course, to rehab some of the facility areas. But again, we were able to make this happen by basically agreeing to 2 long-term contracts with Prysmian to provide the offshore export cables for our projects. So the way this can work is through the power contracting process. Offshore wind developers can use the power of their purse strings to make these types of investments in the local communities. And that's certainly the type of thing that we would love to try to do in North Carolina. And now that there's 3 lease areas in North Carolina, you know, there would be an opportunity to hopefully build an economy of scale across all those lease areas and really maximize the port investment and really maximize the types of manufacturing facilities that we can bring into the state. So the blueprint is out there. You know, we're very excited about North Carolina and the governor's commitment to offshore wind and his goals in the executive order. We absolutely applaud that. And that's one of the reasons we've been so focused on North Carolina. And then we're also excited about the legislature moving forward with the carbon plan, and we're actively engaged in the NCUC process. But what we would love to see come out of this is clean power from offshore wind for North Carolina electricity customers, that we are delivering at the lowest possible price for those customers using the most efficient mechanisms to deliver it. And then wedding it with these types of economic development ventures. And we'd love to just get to work with you guys on all of this stuff. So I'll stop there. Jennifer, I'll take questions when it's necessary. But again, I really appreciate your indulgence on the virtual. Thank you.
Eric, thank you so much for zipping in and joining us here. We're going to turn the mic over to Jen Bates, who is with us here from Total Energies. And she's going to walk us through a quick overview of Total and where they are with the very early stages of the lease down the Carolina Line. So please stay tuned, stay with us, and we'll do Q&A after Jen and then after Mark. Thank you so much again.
Guys, are we actively get very close to this. See, first. All right, so I want to thank everyone for stating this. And Jen, if you could stick a little closer to the mic, I think maybe we can focus some. All right. So thank you for inviting us for today. Thank you to North Carolina Commerce, to Chair, to the Task Force. Happy to be here. As some of you
Diego. This is my third week as the lead and development partner for the Carolina Longview project. So I see here with you guys. I have a history here in North Carolina. I graduated from the States. I went to South Carolina for grad school, but that history. And I've worked out of state for several years now on offshore wind projects off the coast of Maryland and off the coast of Massachusetts. So I'm super excited to be back based here in North Carolina off of our coast. So I look forward to getting to know a number of you throughout the day today. And I look forward to connecting with a lot of other places that I see around the room, seen in quite a few years. So I guess if you could advance this slide. So by way of background, there's just a lot of what I'm sharing with you today. Total Energies is a multi-energy global. Over total investment, we are spending half of investments on what we consider to be future energies. Those are part of our gas. We also have a lethal /2030. So next slide. Sorry, turn around. So transitioning to our offshore wind portfolio, over 12 gigawatts of offshore wind that are in development or construction around the world. That is in Europe, Southeast Asia, and now with the Fight project and Slater. So of that portfolio, 2/3 of those projects are fixed foundations. So those are foundations that are directly connected into the seabed. So 2/3 of our projects are fixed foundations, and that means that they're directly connected into the seabed in some way. And then 1/3 of our projects are floating, and those are for water depths that are deeper than we have here in Carolina. Our floating projects would be what you would see on the coast of the west coast of the US, main places that don't have a continental shelf that slopes as slowly as it does here in the Atlantic and North Carolina. So next slide. So I'm trying to drill us down a little bit into our different sort of business units. For Total Energies in the US, we had a presence here since 1957. Over 10,000 employees over 26 states. And we're growing really quickly. You'll notice that my slide doesn't match what I just said to you, so our slide graphics are catching up. So we're excited with the growth that we've seen, and down another step to renewables in the US. So we have had a presence in the US as Total Energies Renewables since 2011. Mostly in solely in solar until recently with our acquisition of SunPower. And we have been renewables over the last year with the New York Bites, the Carolina Taskforce, and also more recently at the end of May, we announced a 50% ownership in Clearway Energy Partners. And with that acquisition, Total Energies renewables portfolio in the US is increased to over 25 gigawatts in all renewables and storage. So looking
looking forward to the other markets that we see here in the US, Total Energies is interested in. We're hoping to participate in auctions and develop projects on all three coasts of the US. So we are looking forward to the Oregon, California, Gulf of Mexico, and Central American sales years. Those will also be location. All right, so now drilling into the Carolina Long Bay project. We are really excited about this project. Excited about this project, and we are really at the starting line for the project here in North Carolina. We had our successful lease during an auction in May. We were able to sign our lease in June. And then in July, I was hired as our first Carolina Long Bay dedicated staff. So for 3 weeks in, we are months in, and we're excited to get to know everyone, create partnerships here in the state and the Southeast. And our near-term goals for the project right now are just fulfilling these obligations. We have a requirement within 90 days to prepare plans for communications. So that our fisheries communications plan, our Native American tribal communications plan, and some agency communications plan. So as part of those, creating the plans, we'll be determining who we need to speak with, starting to create those relationships. We're also looking to build out our team for this project and execute those plans and help us work on how to take this project. More long term, maybe not long term, mid-term, for activities of the Carolina Long Bay, we will be designing surveys to do site-specific data that are mentioned further. So I'm looking to characterize the area. From those surveys, we will collect data that goes into our plans and essentially the permit applications that need to be submitted to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. So the site assessment plan would be an approval for us to put some sort of meteorological data collection equipment in this area. And then following that, we will collect data, that meteorological equipment, and use that to support our construction and operations plan, which is essentially the roadmap of what we're doing project. Has a long lead time, it has a lot of environmental reviews, a lot of public input, and each that goes into that. So we're expecting to, that's a multiple year timeline for the construction operations plan. Submittal and approvals. So I think we have a Q&A, so I will leave it at that. We are excited to start our story here in the Southeast for Total Energies, and
Everybody hear me okay? Mike Frost with my mouth. Good. So good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Really appreciate it. I think we might start. So I don't have these slides, which always makes my leadership nervous because they never know what I'm going to say next. And I joke that frequently I don't know what I'm going to say next either. Now, I think I'll start with a little bit about my background and then maybe a little bit about the energy that folks might not know, and then maybe opine on sort of my view of how we got where we are. So I have a little bit of an interesting relationship with infrastructure. I graduated from high school in North Carolina. I was born in Nebraska, but moved to Central America as a preteen, and found it really fascinating that so many of the people that I interacted with on a regular basis when we would leave the city, didn't have access to electricity. I graduated from high school and came to Raleigh. I've been in North Carolina for 32 years, but when I came to Raleigh, my parents moved to Tokyo. My oldest brother moved to Dakar, Senegal. My middle brother moved to Germany, and my sister moved to the UK. And so I spent my 20s bouncing all over the place. And interestingly, in Senegal, where my brother lived, in the capital city, at the time there was about 2 million people. They had access to running water about 8 hours a day, and they had access to electricity about 8 hours a day. And frequently those 2 8-hour periods didn't overlap. And so it required a level of life planning that wager to guess none of us in the room here are capable, right? Some years later, my oldest brother's daughter, who got married in Africa, she and her husband and then 2 kids moved off grid in Haiti. And very similar experience. They had a water tank that got filled on the roof of their house every now and then. They had some solar panels that provided some limited electricity in the evening. But their experience was incredibly unique. And when I reflect on the work that this task force is doing, I am amazed. And I say that because even today, in a world of 7.8 billion people, over 1 billion people, close to 1.5 billion, don't have access to reliable electricity. And the fact that we are here talking about not just reliable electricity, but transitioning the way that we generate our electricity to forms that emit, zero carbon or no emissions. I just find that really, really remarkable. And I would love for this group just personally reflect on that reality and reflect on the opportunity we have. So a little bit about Duke Energy. We are a 120-year-old company here in Carolina, headquartered, of course, in Charlotte. Has many large companies, and not just the electric sector, but the electric sector. As they have over the years, they've sort of gobbled up smaller companies, right? I was a product of the acquisition of Progress Energy in 2012 by Duke. And that acquisition created 2 utilities for North Carolina that span North and South Carolina. North Carolina is the former Duke Energy footprint, so think western part of Carolinas, and Duke Energy Progress, which was the former Progress Energy footprint. And between the 2 utilities in the Carolinas, we own and operate 33,000 megawatts of electric generating capacity. That's sizable. And so for context, we operate the Harris Nuclear Facility in county not far from where I live in Raleigh. It's about 1,000 megawatts. So that kind of gives you an idea of maybe the scale of the generating facilities we operate. In addition to the 33,000 megawatts of generation, we've got 150,000 miles of distribution lines that we operate and maintain across the Carolinas. So that's wires from transformer to your house, essentially. Or to places. We also operate and own about 15,000 miles of transmission. And we'll talk about transmission, I think, in the course of this conversation, because it's going to play a critical role in success integrating offshore wind. But it's not just the poles, the wires, the generators. We also own and operate 22 lakes, almost 1,800 miles of shoreline in North Carolina. A lot of hydroelectric facilities. We've got solar generation of our own in the state, but we also have, I think, the latest community track. It's about 4,000 megawatts there next to utility scale solar in North Carolina. And the lion's share of that is east of I-95 in the coastal part. And then beyond the Carolinas, we as a company also have a significant commercial renewables business. So outside of our regulated jurisdictions, we own roughly 3.5 gigawatts of renewables, largely onshore wind. But as noted in the presentation from Eric and Jay, we are a newcomer to the offshore wind space. We're really enthusiastic about the prospects and the opportunity that it presents to North Carolina, not just from a clean energy perspective, but from an economic development perspective. But we're also learning a lot, right? This is new for us, just as it's new. The vast majority of this room, and I think another reason why this task force is so critical. Now, when I reflect on how we got where we are, of course, there have been executive orders that have been issued when I think of the offshore wind. Excuse me. But that's not really, in my view, the executive order that got us to where we are. I go back to executive order 83. And I think about the time that Jen and Cal and I, and certainly the three of us spent an awful lot of time over the course of several years on the energy plan. The clean energy plan, which was born out of executive order 80, really endeavored to sort of think about how we can decarbonize the electric sector in a way that maintains affordability for customers, maintains reliability, and increases the penetration of renewable energy in the system. And when we were going through that process, if someone had told me at the time that our General Assembly would pass House Bill 951 that had a 70% carbon reduction goal by 2030, I would have told you I thought for crazy. It just wasn't in my consciousness that we lived in a state that could do that. And the fact that we essentially took the roadmap that was developed by all of those stakeholders during the executive order 80 process, that was a piece of legislation the governor signed last fall that puts us on a path to 70 by 30 and net zero by 50. So certainly executive order 218 to create this task force was critical, and that's obviously why each and every one of us are physically here. But I think we arrived at this moment together because of the vision of the Cooper administration issuing executive order 80 and really kickstarting this. As it pertains to wind specifically, I remember a conversation that I had with Jeremy Carr, and maybe you were part of that conversation with him. We were in the office of media in Raleigh. David Kelly's not here, but David and they were gracious enough to host us at their offices. And I think it was like January, February of 2020, right before the pandemic. And we were just sitting around, sort of spitballing ideas. And somebody said, "Well, what about offshore?" And maybe it was. So it was really that question and that sort of very conversation that compelled us to reach out to the Southwest Wind Coalition to issue a letter to the North Carolina Transmission Planning Collaborative to start studying transmission interconnection offshore wind. And so, it's really amazing to me, again, I can't stress enough how phenomenal this opportunity is. Take something that was an executive order, see that make its way through the process of government, and really the grassroots work that some of these get us to where we are now, where we have the opportunity to talk about. I'm excited to be here, talk about the specifics of what we love being here. Thanks for being
So thank you, Mark, for being with us. It's interesting to hear your story of the Panama Canal. I had a chance to visit and to watch what the investment in infrastructure can do for the economy. Really, and Eric also talked a lot about economic development. I think that's a very strong suit for North Carolina. Mine in lines with our strength in manufacturing. All of these things are lining up for offshore wind. But let's talk a little bit about the drivers here. And an economic driver for New England development is the cost of power as a major input for manufacturing. Southeast, we've had a long legacy of affordable power. Food and manufacturing. But puts us in a position of sort of a different economic driver for the development of this sector. I'd like to start with Eric and Jen. It's great to know that Jen's experience in this industry. I know it's your third week, but that's just a front for all that you know. So we have high expectations on this. Let's start with Eric and Jen, and let's talk a little bit about the major drivers that are growing the sector here in North Carolina and in the Southeast. Maybe Eric, you want to start with that?
Sure. Well, I think you're absolutely right that is a little different in New England. It's frankly, it's one of the higher price markets in the country, and so we're almost at price parity for offshore wind compared to where New England prices are. And that frankly is a trajectory that happens in renewables. And I worked in onshore renewables. The first onshore contracts that I worked on, those contracts were higher priced than offshore wind is now. So I'm hopeful that as we build out supply chain in this country and we get more experience, we'll start seeing those cost reductions start carrying forward. And as we do projects within the time frame that North Carolina is doing them, hopefully those things will start to work together. We have a little hiccup right now in the global markets, but hopefully that'll cool off in the next few years. But the drivers in North Carolina are certainly going to be what are the economic development benefits we can bring to local communities. That's going to be a key driver. But the carbon plan is another key driver. And so you never want to be just relying on one or two resources. You need diversity across your footprints. And so I think the benefit of offshore wind is we're providing a different shape and time of day and seasonal shape than what you're going to see with some of the other renewables. And so I think you want to mix that in from a reliability standpoint and from a delivery standpoint to the other renewables that are out there. So the challenge is for North Carolina is how do you maximize the economic development benefits? And you can do that by making that part of however you're procuring the renewable energy. That's something that's been demonstrated that can work. And then how do you do it in a way to take advantage of the fact that you have 3 lease areas and to make those entities really sharpen their pencils to deliver the least cost power? That's it. That's the answer.
David, I like the work across, where our conversation is going. Jen, you want to jump in on this?
So yeah, just to expand upon what Eric said. See a lot of the advanced sector North Carolina leadership in the state and the smart power MOU and really the work that's been done here from experience with other states and the fact that second sale. That's a testament to what's been done in the states. Bold does not pay attention to states that are interested in important. So I think that's diver here, testament to the work that's been done. And in North Carolina, we have a lot of benefits. We low electricity prices, but we also have a lot of demand. And so there's a lot of opportunity to be incorporated into the grid. And great resources, fairly shallow water depths, and I think one of the key things as well, as Eric mentioned, is the coincidence of getting the for our.
So Mark, you can't get out of this, but I think North Carolina. So I'm interested in what are the drivers for this one?
Yeah, sure, thanks. The first thing I'd like to say is, most folks don't appreciate this, but in North Carolina, we generally experience winter peak instead of summer peak in terms of demand. Now, we have set several load records in our DEC utility this summer because of high heat and demand. But in general, we're a winter peaking state, and in a winter peaking state, our solar resources generally are not contributing to that peak time, which is before the sun comes up in January. But the beauty of wind is it does provide a different load shape or delivery curve so that we know it can be a resource for perhaps other ones. That's just an aside and an interesting sort of issue we deal with here as a utility. We've got House Bill 951. Right? Jennifer gave us a little bit of summary of that. We have low electricity prices. In New England, and in my understanding of other states where there is active offshore wind development, there are legislative mandates for offshore wind. We don't have a legislative mandate for offshore wind. I actually prefer not having resource-specific mandates. I think it makes a lot of sense to have a carbon market, right? And then look to bring a suite of resources online that can help contribute to that in a way that maintains system affordability and system reliability. So we've got House Bill 951, as I said, it's got a carbon reduction goal in it. And Jennifer mentioned the carbon plan that we took a stab at. I really want to clarify that from my perspective, it's not the Duke Energy Carbon Plan, the North Carolina Carbon Plan. But the Utilities Commission has to essentially issue at the end of this year. The plan that we submitted was essentially because of the resources we had available to us internally in terms of system operations and modeling and all that sort of stuff. It made sense for us to kind of take a stab at starting that conversation. And that's what that document really is. None of those portfolios that are presented in the carbon plan are what I would characterize as being a preferred portfolio. We didn't pick a horse in that plan. We presented options to the commission and said, you know, if you did this, this is what it looked like. If you did this, and that was really a result of a pretty sizable amount of engagement we did externally. We had 3 very large stakeholder meetings that folks participated in, and then some smaller targeted, technically related stakeholder meetings. And we tried to digest all of that into a document that the Utilities Commission could take out to the public and really build out in a way that makes the most sense to the state. So we're eager to participate in the process through the end of the year. We're excited to see what the commission shares with all of us in North Carolina. And my personal perspective is, I think, I mean, obviously having low power prices makes it a little bit better here than it does in New England. And the fact that we don't have legislative mandates for offshore wind makes it different. But I don't think we'd be here really in the position that we're in currently without the carbon plan requirement and without House Bill 9. So I think it's different, but maybe not a bad position here. Sort of unique in Southeast.
You know, it's great to talk about getting over 218. We hear the economics are there, the economic drivers are there, manufacturing will benefit. We hear a little bit about operations. You know, the Wright brothers picked North Carolina, and we've got great opportunity in, and we have a supply chain that can supply the whole development across the East Coast. But we work inside of the system. We're working with federal partners to follow, and there are very few people in North Carolina who follow and know the system better. So I'm going to turn it over to her to take us a little bit down that road.
Thank you, Dana. Appreciate that. So, just shifting gears, that's some more specific questions from our region to Carolina. This is you all are sources that are really exciting new addition to the development process for the Carolina. This was where a bidder could apply up to 20% of dedicated spend to their strengthening supply chain for both to support the domestic sector. So we here as a task force are particularly curious to hear and better understand how the credit programs that they do control all presented to the government as a part of the bid into Carolina Long Bay can be satisfied by the capabilities and capacity that Carolina can be bringing to the table. It says domestic, we would love to see it in North Carolina. So in a broad sense, can y'all share with us anything about this proposed bidding for the proposed bidding credit programs that y'all have?
So just backing up really quickly, Duke Energy paid $155 million for our portion of Carolina Long Bay. Total, I think it was 160. I'm not sure what the percentage was for the is that right? Anyway, we've got between the two companies about $43 million to spend on workforce and supply chain in North Carolina. I'll tell you that the plans that we included in our documentation to BOEM were light on detail, and that was by design. And I'm glad they were light on detail because seeing the money that's going to be coming to the states as a result of the pending legislation in DC, it really makes a lot of sense for us to be thinking about these buckets of money working collaboratively together as opposed to sort of vacuum. So I'm glad that the vision that we had at the time was light on detail. I can tell you though that many of the details that we included are things that are really important to the company. So I can't necessarily say that we would split our portion of the big credit 50-50 between supply chain and workforce, but there'll be some money that goes to one, some money that goes to the other. On the workforce side, we have a pretty significant and long-lasting tradition of working with the North Carolina community college system, particularly on apprenticeships and trade programs for craft workers. We're going to need a lot of those for this project. And so I certainly see that there's opportunity to be working closely with the community college system in North Carolina. The other area of focus in recent years for Duke Energy has been our network of HBCUs in North Carolina. So we've got, I think, the best HBCU system in the country. I think there may be one other state that has technically more HBCUs in their state, but I think we've got the best. And we've got tremendous opportunity to invest in grant programs for research on all things offshore wind. So in our vision for the workforce credit, we were thinking lots about HBCUs, lots about community college, but also lots about local community, right? So we know that the energy is going to come onshore somewhere, and the communities where that energy comes onshore, we probably need to provide maybe a more thorough focus on. The other thing that I'll say about workforce and supply chain to maybe an equal extent, mentioned transmission in my opening remarks. We know that in order to get the energy from where we develop it offshore, onshore, and then to load centers, we're going to have to invest in significant transmission. So doing that gives us an opportunity to leverage local resources, right? One of the things that we hear routinely from communities all across the state is we've got work doing. And so we really are going to be focused on local hiring, with a particular focus on minority and women-owned businesses. That's something that is already embedded into our internal supply chain. We have roles around minority suppliers. So that's going to be a focus. The other area of focus for supply chain is going to be on the works. I'll give you an example of our collaboration with the North Carolina ports. For those of you who participated in the tour of the Port of Wilmington in our last meeting, you heard Brian Clark talk about a project that they and Duke Energy partnered on to increase the capacity of the port. Now, didn't invest in new terminals, new infrastructure on the docks. It was as simple as raising power lines that go over the inland by 44 feet. Those power lines at the altitude they were, or the elevation they were, served as a constraint to the size of ships coming to port. So we worked really closely with the Port of Wilmington to raise those power lines 44 feet and dramatically increase the size of ships that they could accommodate. And so it's examples like that, we're not making watches here, right? It doesn't have to be complicated. I think that we've got the talent and resources in the state to take full advantage of. It's hard for me to imagine that we're not going to see a bit of a boom in the supply chain along the coast. But the last thing I'll say about it, there are a lot of family fiberglass manufacturers along the coastal communities. A lot about sort of reimagining family-owned businesses that were in the boat building business to sort of pivot and contribute to the offshore wind business through their towers and fiberglass. So that's just another example of maybe an opportunity that exists for us here. We can go on and on and on talking about it. A legend, maybe makes comments in just a second, but I'll assure you that the other thing that we've been talking about, and there's Al prior to particularly the opportunities that exist when we leverage the dollars together as opposed to one of the other things that you see is collaboration.
So Total is. Also. Put together some. Or. Help. Together from. First, our. Building partnerships. We don't honestly have a lot to share right now. We're starting storage until out. But other organizations as well. Part of us. So.
I saw that, share, so I'm spending a lot of time right now on that, RFIs, and it reminds me that there's an opportunity for us to take a similar approach with supply chain money. One of the things that we're playing with is this idea of RFI-like process, solicit input from the public on how we underwrite, how are they best going to be spent, where does it make the most sense to make. So something else I'm thinking about. Sure.
I would go to y'all's organizations. Literally, socialize. Is considering. So, within that thing, all three of our panelists are familiar with the statement of values that our agencies. The Cooper administration's priorities and values. I'd like to get a sense from you how those values align with your own corporate values that go at Auburn, and you, and what you have to vision for the sector. Jennifer, it might help that some scores in other districts that you might refresh or let everyone know what our values are so they can appreciate responses. Of course, right. Don't remember what I mentioned back in May? My apologies. So you can get access to our statement of values and fundamental things so on. But just in short, it expands upon and identify and replace everybody with the facts that we basically been talking about. EO80 and EO218, and then 46 was signed by this year to address climate change and to direct all of his executive agencies to spread that in all of our work and bringing it historically into the conversation so that we have everybody at the table. Communities and neighborhoods and regions. And we issued that statement or those fundamental facts along with the statement of values when we were getting close to the auction to try to signal and promote what we would like to see on behalf of the bidders and ultimately so how they're going to bid their resources and their work to meeting those goals, those auspicious goals that Governor Cooper has set us on. And so how do we relate to and reach out and engage and provide opportunities to those individuals? How do we create jobs and build out our supply chain here in North Carolina? So does that answer your question?
It does. I think it's helpful for our task force members and listeners to have their memories refreshed. And I know that I'm talking softly into the microphone, but I would encourage our speakers not to be afraid of the microphone because some of our listeners are having difficulty.
Before I'm going to start, and I'll try to be brief. I'm going to just touch on a topic that I can spend an awful lot of time on. So going back several years, Jennifer is aware of the work we've been doing with Deep Energy around environmental justice. Back when now Administrator Regan was Secretary Regan, of course, environmental justice was top of mind for him, as it has been in his term as Administrator of USEPA. And while he was in North Carolina leading DEQ, we began a journey at the company to really think about how to do our work differently. Specifically, do it differently, including environmental justice considerations in our business. And so we released a set of principles. It was probably the fall of 2020, late 2020. The timing might be a little bit off, might have been right after the first year. But we released a set of principles that were really designed to, and I can direct the group to online resources to see those. It sort of makes a commitment, our commitment to the concept of environmental justice, engaging communities in the work that we do, listening, doing more listening and talking. There's an old joke in Deep Energy. It used to be the company that decided, announced, and defended. And so we really tried to change the way we think and the way we work, and be one of a company that is thoughtful and extended kind of listening. And that's really what this work is all about. But it's one thing to establish a set of principles, but it's something entirely different to take those principles and actually operationalize them, right? And so after our company released those principles, a group of about 8 or 9 of us internal to the company crossed many business units. Then the next year, trying to develop a process that our business units could implement that incorporates the concepts of environmental justice into our business. So when you think about the work that we do, we build transmission, we build generation, we operate large fleets, right? Light duty vehicles, medium and heavy duty vehicles. Those vehicles do lots of truck miles annually. When you think about the entirety of the work that we do, how do we develop a process that each of those business units can incorporate that includes the concept? And so one example of operationalizing is the use of the screen tool, which is something that we are going to be doing for our projects. We're already utilizing the tool for our projects now, really in a pilot phase to really understand how do you take data that you get from EJ screen and implement that data in a way that helps you make an operational. It's not an easy task. Spending a considerable amount of time with those external companies sort of thinking about this. In fact, we had our most recent external engagement with some EJ members of the EJ community on Tuesday evening this week, and continue to learn a lot. I tell those folks that this is not a journey with a destination, right? This is a constant check and adjust to make sure what we're doing is thoughtful and that we're engaging communities in a meaningful way. That's going to be particularly relevant for this work because we're going to be building lots of transmission. And there isn't anybody that is enthusiastic about a huge transmission tower going into the back. And so it's top of mind for me. It's top of mind for many of us. I think it was David's view, or maybe our first meeting, that asked about transmission investments to facilitate offshore wind integration. We know that it's going to be important. We know that there's going to be and incorporating the concepts of the environment. That's just an example.
That's scary.
sure that everyone can hear me. So at Total Energy have committed to United Nations goals and have directly all strategy projects and our we have a goal of and several of the goals are related to equity, justice, to all things in your term. How we so
Is it sorry, I couldn't, is it my turn? I didn't hear the end of Jen's answer. I'm sorry.
You're on.
Okay, so happy to go ahead. Thanks. So just for some context, and I think the question was about jobs and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like the other speaker said, we include diversity, equity, inclusion in the agreements that we're doing around suppliers, around project labor, and that will be a key component of anything we do in terms of our job pursuits and our pursuits around our projects. That's really just becoming embedded in the way that we do business now. Just to give some context though about kind of the ranges, and these are just examples. You know, in Massachusetts for our Park City Wind, we get about 3,000 full-time equivalent jobs over the life of that project, and those are direct jobs. Those mostly come through the construction process, and then operations and maintenance. You know, we're going to set that up, and that's going to be pretty sustainable, well-paying jobs that are going to go out through the life of that project. And those are just the direct jobs. That doesn't even include kind of the multiplier effects that we're all well aware of, the indirect and the induced jobs. And so if you look at that, then it gets to be up over about 10,000 full-time equivalents. So you're talking about a lot of opportunities across communities for those communities to benefit, and then to penetrate that with diversity and equity and inclusion initiatives to make sure that we're broadening the benefits of the project across as many communities as we can. And as I said, that's something we're very committed to. We're actually required to do it now in the latest rounds of competitive bidding that is happening across the northeastern footprints. And so I think it's something all the developers are going to be making just part of their common business practices and a best practice for their businesses.
Thank you for that, Eric. You know, we're hearing that these are important lofty goals, but what we're hearing from the companies here are we're talking about operations, we're talking about implementation. How do we need to emphasize those values into this exercise? I want to take that, and we're going to come right back to you, Eric. You know, onshore wind here in North Carolina is a little bit further down the line. We're at the starting line for offshore. With that as a part of our energy portfolio, what are some of those lessons from onshore wind that we might take and apply here that will go to a learning curve in offshore?
Yeah, I have a lot of learnings from onshore wind. I appreciate you asking that question. You know, I think what we learned in onshore wind, and it's probably the same really with energy development projects, is you need to get out to the communities as early as possible and start talking about the benefits of your projects. You need to make the communities feel like they have ownership in the projects, and that they're informing how the project designs occur, and they're informing how the projects benefit those communities. I think there also can be a challenge with any energy project, but it's definitely the case with onshore wind, that some of the concerns that people have kind of get out in front of the project developers, and those things can take a life of their own. So you need to really be there early and often. And the more people you can have in the community, they're either part of your team or supporting the project so that it's more of a local function, that is absolutely imperative. And you have to do that. And I guess the last thing I would say is, there are going to be components of these projects that I think are going to be more concerning than others. I mean, what we found with onshore wind, frankly, was, I think a lot of the concerns were about the community environment and how maybe the visual impacts are impacting those communities. And then, there were some certain site-specific things in North Carolina that we don't need to get into now, but we probably would be well behooved to get even further ahead of those than we did. We ultimately resolved them, but we probably could have learned to get further ahead. So hopefully we take all those learnings into offshore wind. And I think we've got to look at those kinds of similar concerns in offshore wind. What we found in New England is you really got to focus on the landing areas. People are very concerned about landings and how is that going to disturb local habitats or local economic development use or local recreational use. So you need to get out in front of that. You need to make that really turn it into a community benefit. What we've done in New England with our onshore routes is we've actually simultaneously upgraded the sewer systems. So that's the kind of win-win kind of approach that we need to look at. So I'll stop there. I don't want to take up the rest of the time, but thanks for an opportunity to talk about that.
Thanks, Eric. Looking at our cell phone there.
I actually do have one going on. So, okay, wasn't that funny? So I mentioned that our commercial business has a sizable wind energy footprint, and I'll just share an anecdote, and I think maybe it helps communicate the need for education. We operate a wind farm in Wisconsin, and there was considerable opposition. And then the local health department decided to declare that wind farm hazardous to human health because of concerns around like low frequency sound. I don't really remember the specifics, but I say that just to say that anytime there's something new, it's incumbent upon all of us to do our own homework and then try to play a role in educating those who have concerns in the state. And that would be the lesson that I've heard in all the work that I do. There are a lot of myths to exist out there, particularly in the energy sector. And it really does take all of us to solve the
Just as a quick follow-up, I will say that everyone here today and everyone I talked to over the last 2 weeks, will talk to eager to go detail about the project. And that's something that we don't have. As Eric mentioned, it's kind of big at this point. As it gives an opportunity for us to hear from stakeholders as we're developing putting together a product. Y'all for that. Watching the time and so on and launch. So I have one last question. All three of the share of the communication. So, Taskforce well aware stakeholders and organizations as we move forward with also when sector hours and universal on this task force. That said, Y'all's experience up in the Northeast and around the country, big voices or perspectives that are not represented here, and we need to be making sure that we hear. So I'll look at that, and then Eric, and then Mark can close this out. Is part of our goal. Our projects. I mean, we generally know as a state, but it seems like with every project. Part of the group that, or a group that was engaged. So it's just to make sure that you're talking to as possible. That's why we're working so hard. So we're able to go out to the
Who needs to be the table ropes here?
Well, yeah, I think I didn't get to hear all of Jen's answer, and I'll definitely try to be there in person next time. I apologize. I think as many local folks as you can get out there are the people that we really need. So the extent to which that can get bolstered, I think would be my recommendation. And let's see if maybe we can get some local industry folks that I mean, I know there's probably some local suppliers that both are already active in the offshore wind business, but maybe there's folks that can be in the business and they can kind of represent their interests as well. I think that would be useful.
I agree with everything that's been said. Certainly local, I think, matters tremendously. But the other thing that and maybe this is not a gap that exists, but I'm specifically thinking of low income and affordability out there. I don't know to what extent that sort of group of folks is represented here, but you know, I'm specifically thinking of folks like the Justice Center, for instance. You know, the beauty of the Justice Center is they engage on so many issues in the energy sector. So the great fact of what happens.
We really talk about the ecosystem. It's something that we love the supply chain, but it really has factor in solar systems. It's putting this green future for us as a state. I'd like to thank our panelists, my co-panel moderator, for being with us. I think this is the start of the conversation as we're the starting line. These are continuing ongoing conversations, and a lot of learning has to happen. So thank you for sharing your wisdom and experience with us and being with us today. Wrap things up. Sure will.
I want to give our folks an opportunity to take advantage of this wonderful panel and ask any questions they may have. Anyone? Chancellor's members here or online?
say to each of the panelists, I appreciate the statements and your commitment to inclusion and equity and diversity. But it would probably help me as a task force member to hear you talk about what you are expecting and maybe from your prior experience or from your thought process. This particular offshore wind project, what you're seeing is the challenges, so we can think about that and get ahead of that and hopefully assist you if we can.
I will tell you, that's a great question. I think having some intelligence around, particularly minority-owned businesses in the coastal community and within the coastal plain project. You know, we have a huge supply chain organization at the company, but I wager guess that we don't have a thorough view of all of those small businesses that are out there that contribute to our success. So having access to something like that, I think would be incredibly helpful. I think this task force can help us.
I'm having technical difficulties viewing our online participants, but if any of our task force members who are participating virtually have a question, please unmute and go ahead and ask your question.
I think Kevin Dick has his hand raised. Maybe I'm the only person that can see it because I'm also online.
I cannot see, so go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Eric. Can everyone hear me? Thumbs up? Eric, can you hear me? All right, great. Thank you, Jennifer. So I thought these were awesome presentation. Thank you, panelists. I had a few questions that based on some things that I did not hear mentioned. And I just wanted to know if there was a recognition of these elements. So number one, there were a lot of good comments about the supply chain. Um, and there were comments about the jobs that I'm assuming, like, so for example, Eric, you talked about 3,000 direct jobs in the Massachusetts project. I'm assuming that those direct jobs would have been with the suppliers, right?
Those are jobs actually, those are actually project jobs. So those would be people that are constructing the project
Right.
And operations and maintenance. So some of those people will be our employees, but then you're right. Some of those will be contractors that are working for the entities that are doing that.
Right. And so based upon that assumption, what we haven't talked about is the fact that the small businesses or the small and mid-sized businesses that we be part of the supply chain have to scale in order to be able to work on these projects. When they get the bid, they've got to be ready to then perform. That might mean that they need extra capital. It might mean that they need extra technical assistance in terms of their business infrastructure in order to be a viable supplier. And what I heard a lot about was our investment. I mean, basically, sort of the ecosystem investment in workforce development, which is important. But how are we investing in the small business capacity building ecosystem to make sure that there can be a viable and ready group of suppliers that are ready, number one, to accept the bid, and then number two, to be in a position to hire all of the talent, the diverse talent that we're trying to recruit. So that's one element that I didn't hear mentioned. The second element that I didn't hear mentioned, there was a lot of emphasis on HBCUs and the fact that North Carolina has a very significant amount and therefore significant talent supply from HBCUs, which is very true and very fortunate. But what I didn't hear is the fact that there are a lot of students of color at predominantly white institutions too. So when we talk about HBCU initiatives and we place a great emphasis on that, I don't think we should forget the fact that, for example, there are actually more black and brown students at NC State than there probably are at most HBCUs. Don't leave them behind. NC State, Carolina, ECU, UNC Charlotte, the list goes on. So we need to be considerate of those things too. And if we're going to label things HBCU initiatives, maybe it should be HBCU/BSU or /HSU. All of the student unions and affinity groups that have a large cadres of these students as well. So just wanted to make sure that we are considering the small business ecosystem, whether that be technical assistance providers within small business centers, whether that be community development financial institutions such as the one I represent that actually provide capital and technical assistance so that these businesses can really be ready to bid on opportunities within this emerging industry. And then, of course, making sure that we're being fully inclusive of all of the in order to really achieve diversity and equity.
I just offer one comment, and those are two excellent questions/comments, and reinforce why I think it's important that we solicit public input when we're trying to decide how to dispense, a sizable amount of money into the grant. So I appreciate your comment there.
I live in the supply chain world, transportation, believe that infrastructure transportation is, a major lever on development. Working with small businesses absolutely like of the supply chain beyond those OEM manufacturers. So I just wanted to offer that. I think that's a really relevant point. And engaging industrial extension service, really universities, those are going to be that we take. So, Kevin, thank you for that.
Do you have any more questions or comments or pencils? Dan?
How you doing? Dan Sylvia, person behind Today, White House, President Biden, Martin Walsh, is advocating that developers, transparency, clear. Now, only sale notice for the long day of these. They're advocating also for developers to enter into a private labor agreement, make reasonable efforts on whether that looks like for the town.
I'll let Jen answer for the job. I think it's too early to say. I think, we certainly, as a company, have union labor, particularly in the craft world, power plants outside of North Carolina jurisdiction, have for many years, and we work very successfully with all of those. I don't see that being different on a project like this, but we're sort of so early in the process.
I have a lot of conversation.
Eric, do you have any thoughts? I know you were working in a different environment. Somebody developed this innovation.
I'm sorry. What was the question? I apologize. I know it's annoying.
Just asking how organizing to be involved. And you're kidding out. Oh yeah. Just how organized labor is market plan. And some activities. Like summarize that way again.
I'm sorry. How
Dan, you want to jump back in and ask me? I've always probably answered your question.
So I think for the long days, Bone has advocated for developers to reasonable effort to enter to a private labor agreement.
Oh, okay. The question is about project labor agreements.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect that we would do I'd expect that's just gonna be part of what we're doing. That's what we're doing with our projects. So, we would expect to do that. If the question is, when will we do that? I know I sound like a broken record. I mean, those kind of things start getting kicked off once we have a path to market and we know we're going to move the project forward. So those things would move in tandem. Once we know we have a path to market, which means we have a customer, then we'll start in those kind of discussions and those negotiations.
Ashley, did you want to? Rick, do you have a comment?
Expect question, I guess, the comment direct to records and record with North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs. So you mentioned that I think you said with at least your son, motivating at least your son, how you proceeding to work on their plans. First thing is, what's the time frame for those plans? Secondly, you indicated that there are things to be included. Briefly, I'll get with you after this to get into more detail. Talk about what makes up the time frames for plans now.
Thank you for the question. So we signed the lease in June. The goal requirement is 90 days. And that would be structure of what those should entail, but essentially it's laying down the framework for how we can engage with each of those groups. So for the American Title Patient Plan, we will be working likely with a subcontractor to get that plan in. So been some and other projects that were by in terms of getting those. So I know that Colum has the option to provide a extension to that. I'm not saying that we will request that. I'm just saying that I know that or it's likely to happen in your life. So we're simply starting starting to have conversations now, and, I would, I can give you more details.
Piggybacking on that question, is there any engagement with the tribal community as you put the plan together before you put your plan out? So that they can have some input into what that plan is.
Certainly, we are looking to have a federal liaison. But, that representative would help us with the early to make sure that we're creating swivels.
That includes state and federal restaurants.
Our goal is our plan to consult with federally recognized drugs. Part that we have state that are having competitions with any drugs that are.
Yeah, just to clarify, the companies that won the lease auctions have to identify a tribal liaison, a fisheries liaison. Each of those, there is an incorporated communication. That is by the latter third of October. So, like the Dow, we also were in the process. Tribal liaison. Of course, lean heavily on those folks to help us develop mitigation plans for engaging all those communities.
Do we have any more online questions or reading this here? While we have it there, we are probably starting to get a sense of what's waiting for us for lunch. So before we break back to the one reminder, use your microphones, and if you have not signed in, please make sure that you sign in. Want to take this time to thank Parker for sponsoring our Continental Breakfast and Lunch today. Special thank you to Catherine Ross at Parker Hall. And with that, we will take and return at, yeah, I ate into some of your lunch, but guess what? I built some extra time into the afternoon, so we will return in 1 hour.
It's not going to cause feedback loops or anything. You don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But the trade-off is when you have your softer speaking people, it just doesn't pick up as
Pick
well.
up.
Nope.
Makes sense.
So then in our previous discussion, last week we started talking about what are the specific activities for training and who champion for that activity, working close coordinating, of course, the other working groups, in a sense. Anyone else provides support. So then, of course, that's the end of the year today, where we want to share those activities with you as part of this readout. And so what we're going to do is have each champion of the various activity. Just very briefly, summarize what the activity is, the rationale for why we just focus on it, and a few of the tasks and associated. So I think with that, let's next slide, please. And I will turn the floor over to Dave Goss. About sessions to answer.
Okay, good. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. This is enhanced a registry that applies there's already one. And work has been started back, I guess, when the report was put together. The effort was put together to try to put together some kind of a listing, we'll call it the registry, of the supply chain companies that already exist in North Carolina. That is strictly, you can't get access to those now, but it's a start. What we're talking about here is to start thinking about, because we're the only one on earth doing this. Business Network as an international registry. Every state is trying to start to do this. The Southeast Coalition is trying to do this also. So one of our goals is to make some contacts of all these other entities to see if we can come up with something that is usable, where we have the same formats, same kind of data, so that it's usable across the board and we don't have to reinvent the wheel in each state. And one of the things that would be nice for the Business Network would be, and we don't think they have it this way, and if you went in there and say, well, what are all your supply chain companies from North Carolina? I don't think we can produce it. And so we will be working with those entities to see if we can come up with maybe a constant format or whatever it is. And then we will try to use that format to gather information, because we have to start to think about what's the purpose of this registry. The users, what kind of information do they want? And so we will be doing that and hopefully finish this by the end of the year, so that as we try to grow it and get out and ask for more input from the supply chain companies in North Carolina, and as new companies come on board, we can easily insert them into the register. So I think this will be a very valuable tool if we do it right. And if we work with these other states and other entities, should be a valuable tool internationally. So that's our goal.
So, and maybe what we'll do is go through each of the three pillars. At the end of each pillar, if folks have comments or input or questions. So, with that, I can move on to convening regional workshops. So, next slide, please. And Michelle, I don't know if you're with us and feeling up to sharing. If not, we can brief pause and I'll be happy this one.
Hi, Justin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I apologize that I'm not with you in person. I'm coughing today and trying to keep you all healthy. But Justin, thank you for carrying the line share today. But one of the things we're already doing at a regional level here is some 3 roundtable discussions, and so we're going to kind of change the format of that a little bit to start some outreach to existing businesses to start to understand how they can better interact with the supply chain, and are excited to also coordinate with other subcommittees on this because we know there's a lot of overlap in that regard.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, and I think the last activity under the first pillar is system business support. training. It's developing a website page, or pages for existing new businesses. So earlier we had sort of volunteered to go and do a Catherine degree to help us with this. So I don't know got a chance to take a look at it yet. Okay. This will be a conversation to be had, I think, going forward. But the idea is to create a landing page that will enable businesses, might be similar to the registry, but get folks on speaking to these Catherine creations so they can offer programs in one place. Businesses who may be interested in transition to the sector. So taking advantage, Charlie, of your open background, design. So I think that's it for the first three activities. So maybe there are pause, I don't have comments, feedback, comments, and look forward.
Do you have any questions for the economic development team?
Okay. All right. So
Calvin has a question.
Okay. So we heard a comment earlier during one of the presentations from one of the day members about the need to focus on some of these small businesses that need premise to get ready for participating in space. And I know when we were working on the supply chain report for our some time back, we were talking about looking at several other states have done it. Just bring that supply chain help and training program that they have to generate safe for folks. That's what you guys were talking about. A way to try and help some of those companies get ready to participate.
It's a great question. I don't think this is my recollection. It's about the conversation. So it's going to add to that. I don't know, Michelle, so let's get any thoughts or big side in our conversation.
I don't know that it's going to be part of the economic development subcommittee conversation, but I know that Jennifer Martin and I have talked about bringing in some of those trainings as we can identify those say impact, but that's certainly the big one that we would be interested in.
Thanks. Great. Thank you. Moving on to number two, or really number two, which is around new business recruitment. So first topic is developing a collection of offshore wind assets and bring over to
So developing the collection of assets is really trying to take both a physical asset approach, what can provide and two employers that would get safe, but also statewide collection of things that we know this system needs. Education, workforce, and that full cost cataloging it and developing some type of material or shares our story as well. So from a practical standpoint, the Union City Bank partnership with the Department of Commerce is updating one piece that we have existing. Take that to the next stage. As more generally, it's just to give us a catalog and here it's safe to support the sector.
So then moving on, I guess, to number two, or activity in the space. So it's around identifying workload manufacturers and service provider markets. So Bob,
I want to go from here. And let me start by saying first, everybody, happy National Coast Guard Day. Especially in Elizabeth City because the veterans here. He did those folks walking around. Thank you. So yeah, we're looking at basically this issue of the workboats and this manufacturing falls really into two categories. First is the actual manufacturing of the vessel. Give you that are used to install and maintain and service the towers. If you give you an example, you know, on the east coast of the United States, there's projections that it will be roughly 58 crew transfer vessels. 2030, they have 3. So there's an opportunity, we feel, maybe pursue and try to get some of that manufacturing. Existing companies along the go in North Carolina already to do that. Teaching skills and loads. Or trying to get other companies to come in and say, into this area. So that's the first component of this. That's, we have to identify as many style of those possibilities to show companies with this process. We kind of what is out there now. We might be perspective companies to contact. But there's another part of this, and that is the operations and maintenance of the boat side of things. That will go well out to the future. So we talked earlier, we also need to catalog, get a better understanding of the existing boat repair facilities catalogs to make sure they have the equipment, infrastructure, the ability. These are almost all of them will be metal boats. So we need to make sure we have the labor forces ready to do that. So we'll be cataloged with that.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for rejoining me. So, identifying supply chain categories, so in your timings together. But as we think about, start breaking down much more concretely about where and should be targeting. And part of what we got in our conversation about this was really around first starting at the tier 1 manufacturers and understanding from them who are their current suppliers, what do they need, and then how does that trickle down to tier 2, tier 3, and then how do we manage that against the assets, the same time, so that it's happening against things, simply what's needed to doing that in a specific and technical way, and that applies both to client companies, US companies, and also ports international. Figure out who are the ones that we should be investing in. But I see representing investment arms, or economic development,
Thanks, Justin. So I think what you're identifying is a more proactive approach to finding new leaders for our manufacturing sector. That can be done in a lot of ways. We can access engage. But certainly everybody has to know exactly who should be here, how we should be approaching it. So a lot of that's to be done in person, even these companies where they are, whether that's here domestically or abroad. Really trying to bring a collective expertise to the table and do what we do as a state to get here. So we're probably looking at early 2023 delivery of set targets. It's 3 to 5 companies that are each year level that will be focused on, and we'll be executing on a plan to get them.
All right, so that's those are the activities under new business improvement. So that also once again, we're done with the final activities. Any comments, questions? Yes.
And to Bob's thing is the business network is having it's a 2-day workshop in Virginia on the vessels or the anybody is interested in that. Go on the business network website, you'll see that. I think that's going to be a great place to help their idea. But where we would identify not only what the needs are, and maybe some of the companies are all going to be there, I'm sure.
Thank you. Okay, so we can move on then to the site preparation or streaming two activities. So first activity is around identifying and assessing available sites and direct water access that are particularly well suited for the supply chain. So Yeah, they and Dirks and Bob all working together on this, so I don't know which of you would like to take the lead.
You can say that. So one of the interesting things is that most of us know what these sites are, especially the partnership, because they get the input right now from, and they're starting to develop an understanding of what are some of the needs from some of these tier 1, 2, and possibly 3 companies. So what we want to do is maybe get a handle on what it is that we're looking for in sites, and then work with most of the economic development people in eastern North Carolina primarily, because we're looking at water access sites, we're looking at natural, they don't all have to have water access. So that we can quickly respond to people's requests. If you have a supply chain company that wants to come in and learn, we don't have to run to a survey every time this happens. So we hope by the end of the year, and I think it's doable because, you know, I know what these things are, and I think we can come up with a good list of maybe 20, 25 sites of different characteristics that should be applicable to anything in the end of it that come forward. One, Anderson saying the last 2 weeks, I've had 2 requests come in for people who want to build a site that has a 300-foot tower. 300 feet. I can't imagine what you would do with a 300-foot tower. There's nothing like that available, and I'm sure there's no zoning available in East North Carolina that allow that. If that's going to be the meeting, we got to figure out more how to respond that sort of thing.
Justin, you recall when we were in the UK, that question came up in terms of we anticipate any standardization in the industry. These towers might be like in terms of size, and the answer was no, because they're always going to be trying to be innovative and outdo whatever is in place at the time. So I'm trying to give that number, but
Some of the research and the reports I can see on the report you did. As the turbines getting more and more sophisticated, technology groups are only getting bigger, it seems. So, you know, for that reason, I think the system now is the fact that the new ones are on the side, the actual panel, that should be taller. So yeah, so maybe that actually is a reasonable number. But that's what we're thinking. Okay. So then the last slide. Completing the environmental impacts statement for radio islands. So we have Brian Clark demonstrating this. So I'm sure Brian is with us there. But Brian, you're okay.
Yep, Justin, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I apologize for not being there in person, had some conflict with travel. This last item here is fairly straightforward. The focus here is to continue to provide updates on the environmental impact study for Radio Island. The latest updates from a timing standpoint, questions have been received, or questions and comments. A scoping meeting will be arranged in this month with relevant agencies. And then the timeline for the study target is to be completed by December of next year. There is progress on the draft, as well as the draft of the natural resource technical report and some draft layouts of the potential facilities as well. Hopefully you didn't get too much feedback from that.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so that's it, I believe, for the final pillars. I don't have any comments on that more broadly. Yeah, we have Bob sitting here. The 300.
the ones that are just the last few weeks ago came.
Any other Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my co-chair, Michelle. Thank you to the members, subcommittee members, for all the ongoing work and collaboration. And all of you for your.
Thank you. Yes, and we'll invite Perry Harper and Emily Roach for workforce education and training.
Oh, that's First thing I'm going
Thanks, Carrie, for inviting me to present with you today. Hi, everybody. I'm Emily Roach from the Department of Commerce, and I sat on the workforce committee along with my colleagues, Dr. Vivian Harris, the Vision of Workforce Missions, and Dr. Andrew Sanders, all stood up. And Carrie, we really have enjoyed working with all of the members of the subcommittee and are so thankful for y'all's leadership and engagement. So, I think we can have the next slide, please. So the mission of the workforce committee is to research and evaluate and make recommendations regarding policies and programs to grow a diverse and competitive offshore wind workforce. So to kick off our report today, we wanted to show a short video that was provided to us by Alan Ward from the electric workers, one of our subcommittee members. And as we watch this video, we encourage you to pay attention to what you all know here today, that there are many different applications related to offshore wind. So this video will help to better paint that picture, and after the video will ask one of you to just share all what resonates with you. Thank you. So that video showed
A lot of hard work.
Absolutely. And there are many different you could see in that video. Talk about offshore workers and wanted to give these spaces. Oh, that's the correct one. And so we definitely took our lead from the offshore wind supply chain report, and our subcommittee's first goal that we established back in February was to conduct a job skills analysis for offshore wind applications, but we knew that we really had to narrow the scope of that job skills analysis because there are so many different conditions that are relevant to offshore wind. So to narrow the scope of our work, we conducted research and interviewed various expert stakeholders. So we referenced the report again, and we invited one expert to step in from the National Renewable Energy Laboratories, the workforce expert there, to share national offshore wind data and job conditions. And we also invited Josh Silvani, who is a policy lead from Commerce's Labor and Economic Analysis Division, to present to the subcommittee and share more state level labor market data, and also to help guide us in the methodology that we could use to do this skills analysis. Next slide, please. So not to overly simplify the process here, but this graphic really shows the order in which different applications will arrive to North Carolina for so we know that training and research and development take place throughout the course of the installation project. And training and development applications will arrive first, followed by manufacturing, construction, installation, and operations and maintenance. Next slide, please. But you can see from the data on this slide, which Dr. Lennon from the helped prepare for us, that although manufacturing and assembly applications will arrive to North Carolina first, they make up 7% of the direct workforce. Could you say that again? They make up 7% of the direct workforce of those jobs that will be created. And the construction and installation jobs follow shortly thereafter, but they make up 41% of the direct workforce and include about 68 various occupations, including crane operators, like you saw in the video, electricians, line workers, and welders. Next slide. So the subcommittee, after interviewing these experts and conducting a little bit of our research, decided to refine the scope of our job skills analysis and focus on construction and installation applications, because they will first make up the bulk of the jobs that will arrive here. So because we thought that the manufacturing jobs that exist have so many transferable skills and credentials and are already well defined in North Carolina. So our next step as a subcommittee is to continue to refine that skills analysis. And we would ask members of the task force to join us in our conversations with Commerce's Labor and Economic Analysis Division to scope that study to make sure that it yields a final product that will be useful to our education and our industry partners. We know, of course, we will identify the skills that are necessary for those jobs and the various credentials, but you all can help us identify other research questions. Like we need to know where the states who are already trained in these categories, training programs to recommend. Would love to have your voice in scoping the next steps for that process. utilize the work. School and various different providers.
Our second goal was the development inventory of industry relevant training already available for offshore wind and power. We surveyed the North Carolina Community College system, the UNC system, independent colleges and universities to determine what courses are already formulated instruction. Task force members also have identified those training programs to add to their program. We're asking that if you look at, we show you our list, if you know additional training providers, please let us know. We'd like to add that to our. During our last subcommittee meeting, we heard a presentation from Dan Sagola and Alan Worrell. These programs are currently being held with the onward and the IBEW union. Both organizations participate in the Helmets to Forecast initiative that provides career opportunities for veterans. We also looked at some other best practices across the country. One was Win to Win RI, which was a career pathway training program. It's located in Rhode Island, actually from Kingston Chamber of Commerce, Rhode Island, industry leaders, their local public school. They offer an offshore wind energy certification program for high school students. Additionally, the new college initiative in Virginia delivers wind turbine training and GWO certification. Also, Dan Segura and Alan Warren, both their organizations, unions, and part of community college, are in the process of standing up GWO training for our states. We also are aware, want to congratulate California State University, they're coming into the apprenticeship program. Just recently graduated, I think, for about 45 pre-apprentices partnership with Halifax community. Next slide. This slide is, I think we have to email this to we will email this out to everyone. This is our inventory of either universities, community colleges that offer wind-related training, energy-related training current. We, I think when we were looking at this morning, Bentley and I, we did notice that we left off one important university that is in the state. So we'll make sure that they're added when we get this email out. So if you would please, when we get this list, review it. If you know of other opportunities or training that are available in our state, please provide that to us. We will continue to update this list and make it available, but we want to make it as comprehensive as we possibly can. Next slide. Our third goal was to promote offshore wind training opportunities in North Carolina education and workforce systems that grow our offshore wind industry. So we determined that to achieve this goal, we could align with our outreach and engagement subcommittee that was going along this work already. So our goal is to partner with them, assist them in their work, and also provide the information that they're working on in terms of getting this word out as part of our goal. We are also working with NCTOWERS Commission, the NCTOWERS Career Center, and their network, local workforce development boards, public schools, and certification boards. We'll take any questions.
Do we have any of our remote test members with questions? I thank you, Perry. Thank you, Emily. All right, we'd like to welcome David Boone and Carly Bowen for our outreach and government engagement subcommittee. as mayor of Middleton.
Go ahead and get started, even though it's slightly not up to there. Yeah, we're going to get cut off. Yes, sir. That's me. I want to, Susan Hamilton, my co-chair of the Outreach Engagement Committee, since her regrets this afternoon, she's not able to be here with us. With me, probably one of me, who's going to report out for our call from the beginning. But probably especially the the roundtable that we had yesterday, to talk about a little bit. And just a slide, if you go to the next slide, you'll see our mission. And like the last report, yes, we want to partner with all of the cities in our outreach effort. That is part of our mission, along with connecting all the organizations who are working with all who win. But we have been focused primarily so far on identifying and engaging offshore wind stakeholders in North Carolina, and that's a good bit of what we're going to talk about.
So, for education outreach, subcommittee activity so far has involved identifying key stakeholders, and we work with both the education outreach subcommittee and you all to identify 700 plus individuals, state and to a master list that is still growing. And that includes input from the task force members, subcommittee members, specifically about the Society, the Railroad Defense Fund, SWC, Department of Commerce, and NC. And we're expanding that list through the roundtables, like the one that we hosted. So thank you to everybody who's growing contact. Sorry, it's something in now a lot. So next steps, specifically for the folks that participated in the roundtables, and then also for the other folks in this contact list, are an initial opt-in email to be sent to list members this summer. And those who opt in will receive monthly email updates on the state of offshore wind North Carolina. And so similar to kind of the presentations that Jennifer has given us in the past about what has changed in between meetings along these lines. And the initial email will also include a link to complete the offshore wind stakeholder survey, which you all had a chance to review. We can also send it out. So we'll get it again. But thank you to everybody who has already provided feedback on that survey. You can go to the next slide, please.
So to continue talking about the survey, we do thank all of those of you who provide us feedback and help us finalize the survey. So the survey will go live this summer. I'll remind you, summer is not over yet. We still have time. Like I tell some of my clients when they said, you promised me this today. I said, today. So we still have time to get this survey out to you, and we plan to do that and share the results of that survey with this task. So things, we can go to the next slide. Oh no, sorry, go back. We're talking about the roundtables. So one of the things that we want to do is participate with roundtables by other organizations, and the Wildlife Summit, the also we have Wildlife Summit. We've got participants who engaged in that, members of the task force, members of their committee. But one of the we can learn from that engagement when we engage with other groups who are also doing their outreach. We gather information that helps us in designing our outreach, understanding, for example, what the topics that you heard earlier today that came out of that, the data gaps that are out there, and that's also part of our discussion around that. So being aware of these issues that are arising in other outreach efforts and being able to build on those things that we've been very engaged in at committee is the idea of making stakeholders to a series of roundtable public meetings. And so we settled on the idea of holding several small regional roundtables where we could get people together, start this process, and we could learn how to design future roundtables of larger public meetings. So yesterday we had the first of those roundtables right here in this room. Some of you here were involved in that. I have 11 participants. I'm trying to keep the scale small, and Farley and I moderated that roundtable. And we had representatives of tourism, the industry, economic development, community colleges, fishing, indigenous peoples, and local elected officials. We spent a couple of hours talking with those folks and getting their questions. We started by Jennifer Munn giving us a level set presentation on the status of all the in North Carolina. I'd say this group was incredibly engaged. Farley started by asking the first question. That's the only question we got to ask. But then we spent a full 60 minutes getting questions and comments from those 11 people who were in the room. Themes among those questions, and you'll see the actual notation that we did over in the wall that we yesterday. We're going to put it into a memo format so that we can share it with everyone in full sentences for scratch. But the themes among those questions included what are a lot of things we've heard today. You know, if this kind of engagement process is relevant to the work that all of us do. What are the job opportunities? What will be the impacts on the fisheries and fishing communities? What kinds of legislation would benefit our efforts? What are the effects of tourism? How can we educate the workforce? And where are the students? That was a really interesting discussion around where are the workers who are going to be students. And this is a long range process, and we actually had a discussion about reaching down into high school and middle school. We talk a lot about community colleges, but this is such a long range plan. We need to reach out to those communities, those schools and schools in rural communities in eastern North Carolina, where those students may be thinking about careers now and needs to be educated 10 years from now when we need.
So, in addition to what I just mentioned, we included with a very, very sort of discussion about who was not in the room. And I was excited that was talked about a little bit today during the panel session. And some of those groups were groups that we had invited, but just didn't have the opportunity to join us yesterday. And out of that question, we have 14 answers. 7 of those groups were in the room. But public school students and CT educators were on the list, local clergy, archaeology and anthropology folks, which was run up with the offshoring of cables and the presence of indigenous communities that could be really relevant. Local chambers of commerce, Latinx groups, regulatory agencies, and fishermen, not just the folks like Glenn who are kind enough to be here, but fishermen that are represented groups. So in sum, we learned a great deal about how to conduct future engagement efforts, and among the most significant learnings is that we need to include a little more basic level setting information discussion. What is a turbine? How does it generate power? How does the power offshore? What are the benefits of offshore wind? We can talk a lot about jobs and job careers, but what are those jobs? Where do they come from? A lot of what was going to discuss in the workforce subcommittee's presentation. So some other observations that I made is that there's just really truly a large knowledge gap in engagement and education in communities, classrooms, the workplace, especially during conversation about students. And I think that really makes us realize how important this committee is, how important NCTOWERS is, and the need to reach a younger generation and push for workforce development, but ensure that it is equitable and just along the way. And another big takeaway that I have is that, which has also been addressed by other subcommittees, is there's a lack of a central website database agency, North Carolina, for stakeholders to go find answers to their questions. And that's a really big role for NCTOWERS to fulfill. It's absolutely an important one, but something to think about moving forward is how we are going to address that. And then there are a lot of questions about next steps and what the state is doing. And again, that just continues in my mind to highlight the need, the role and the importance of this very task force and our subcommittee. So that's all I have. If anybody else who was present yesterday wants to have anything.
A couple of additional comments. You know, we continue to build this list of stakeholders. Eventually yesterday with 7 folks in the room, with 7 different interests among other people in the room. When we asked who else needs to be in the room, we got 14 additional areas of interest. And there was one today that was mentioned for the minority-owned small business firms in eastern North Carolina. Was a comment today, and I added that immediately. Added that to the list because that's another group that needs to be in the room. And so we will continue to find our meeting process to build a stakeholder list. I think that's for the benefit of all of the other committees. And please, let's engage in opportunities to work together. Our next prototype roundtable plan to have just before the November TOWERS meeting. So that would be October the 31st. Right now, their plans. And Perry has very graciously offered us a meeting site down in Walker County. So we'll be able to have a meeting there. So look for information coming out from the meeting about that. It's one of the activities, the things that we need from task force members. Continue to share any offshore wind fact sheets we're using. Roundtable locations, I think we still need one for Wilmington. Still need a location in Wilmington to have one of our roundtables. Continue to add to this list of related organizations that we need to get into the room for this discussion. Other conferences, we were grateful for the opportunity for the wildlife session, and that was very beneficial, and other sessions like that would be beneficial. And one of the things that's sort of on the back burner so far is just information pieces that we plan for the public, all the things that have high traffic locations, the display information about offshore wind. I think that I'll ask if there are any comments or questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the text source?
Yes, Steve.
We mentioned earlier the PNT award student. That's where you get that.
The best way to do that is to give us contact person, their email and telephone number. We'll be on. We'll make sure we get them. Okay, very good.
Any other questions? Less the question and just more of a praise to the committee itself. I've been on calls with them, and what I think was just asking with energy and just hearing what the responses were and understanding that the public just doesn't understand. Her knowledge is so minimal to it and significant, and that's part of our job. And I think this getting that information out there, this is exactly where we need to go. Each of our committees needs to provide them with that information out there. So it's very positive. But all of the things that came up with questions there, very few of them was not surprised, and then was so good with the small party. So good job for that committee and keep on whatever right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and that's emphasizing what so many have said, that communication and getting information out there. A lot of people form opinions based on what they've heard from someone and not necessarily understanding for themselves and knowing the facts. And I'm sure Professor Craig Taylor will understand when I say when I was in law school my first year. I don't remember anything else from so many years ago. I remember my constitutional law professor's mantra was, if your mother told you something, check it out for yourself. As much as you may love and regard your mother and trust her, she doesn't necessarily always know the right answer. So the point is you need to know and understand things for yourself. And this effort that our outreach committee is undertaking to make sure that we're reaching as many constituents and interested persons as possible is very important because we want people to understand before they make their informed opinion one way or the other.
That is every single community's interest and concern for going to do it. It's not every single area is going to have a different concern. So it's not a cookie cutter situation in regards to what the outreach is. So just about the time you think about it all figured out, someone's going to hit you with another thing and then you're going to have to come up with that.
And I think, sort of to that point, and among the other learnings, talk about three representative roundtables and then sort of going back to those areas, more about meeting, still sort of figuring involved in that universe of engagement. Looks like a really excellent point yesterday that some of the folks that need to be engaged, just not the track. And we still have to figure out what the communication strategy is to get that information to some of those groups, you know, who are working it. You know, they're on the water, they're out there earning a living every day, and they may not be able to leave from plant or wherever they are and go drive. We're going to have some partner groups down there that are still trying to figure out what that strategy is, but it's very important to do.
Any more questions for outreach team? Dan? So you'll be there.
So you spoke about reaching out to the middle schools and high schools. I think given the convention we have today, friendship programs, just what opportunity these folks might have that's maybe not in schools. But friendship programs should be enough. As far as what opportunity they come out of school. As the apprenticeships, the labor workers, the other trades, whatever it is.
Well, absolutely, on that great note, somebody else had a really good point yesterday that, as they emerge, for example, steel manufacturers talk about offshore wind, it is just very much not on the radar right now. It feels like something that's very important in the future, and they're also not necessarily the groups that have the capacity to go out and educate themselves. So keeping that in mind as well, when we think about partnerships, it's not just individuals, but also the industry as well. So if you all think of anyone who should be on that list, when we send out that memo, please either, let us know today, or our list that we have going here, on scratch paper, and we'll make it more formal with wording of it too. But if there's anybody else who you think of, that was not mentioned today, please let us know.
Any more questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And spring, I will,
I think let thank her Gina and Lance have been wonderful. They're fabulous. So they do this.
absolutely, they're doing an outstanding job in moving this very important forward. In fact, a lot of what you hear presented by the subcommittees, it may seem simplified in these presentations, but trust me, they are working very hard behind the scenes to make things happen and to move this initiative forward. So thank you to all the co-chairs, all the committee members, and all the staff. Thank you very much. I know we announced earlier that Governor Cooper would be here at 2. He's running a little bit behind. He's on his way from the airport now, so we expect him to be here around 3. So we thank you for your patience. We also want to thank Dr. Rawat for his patience and waiting for us to get through the subcommittee reports. And at this time, we'd like to invite Dr. Rawat. Dr. Tuldi Rawat, and if I have messed up your name, please correct me. Is Thorpe Endowed Professor and Dean of School of Science, Aviation, Health, and Technology here at the Elizabeth City State University. And much of the work that he does ties very nicely with some of the opportunities in offshore wind. So we appreciate you coming and presenting to us today. Dr. Rawat.
Well, thank you. This is a problem with this. And maybe a quiz at this. All right. For inviting me and talk about our.
I'm sorry, let me pull the microphone. Press two.
Here. Well, thank you for inviting me to this event gateway to talk about our aviation and assistance program. I was introduced and I serve as a dean for the School of Science, Aviation, and Technology. And in the last few years, I've been focusing on strengthening this drone program that has come to talk about. So the aviation science program, as you all already know, is the only 4-year aviation science degree program in the state of North Carolina. We recently received accreditation from Aviation Accreditation Board International. So we are one of the institutions that have this recognition. And we offer our own fleet. Training fleet, we have 30 aircraft fleet, and we are one of the 3 institutions that have such a program. The students, when they come to aviation science, they have much more options to pursue. They can get into a program pilot track by getting into private education. They can also focus on aviation management. They can also learn about different electronics, the aircraft or the economics program. And then they can also focus on aircraft control, general aviation, professional electronics. And if unmanned or uncrewed drones in their interest, then we also have a program for them as engineers. This is a snapshot of the fleet here. We can basically take students from zero, no time on the aircraft, all the way up to multi-engine instructor. We also have great partnership with United Airlines here. So basically, we not only take the degree program, but we show that they have to get on the airlines, and that's a great example where we already have 2 students who will be joining United Airlines after they graduate. Now we spend more time focusing on unmanned aircraft systems program. As you know, we have a lot of expertise in aviation education, and we want to build upon that. We will start focusing on the US program. We really didn't have to look anywhere else because when you look at this is the city and the region surrounding the city, we have a lot of solar farms. We have miles and miles of coastlines. We have farmlands. We have marshlands. And we have one of the largest wind farm, Amazon wind farms, right here in the city. And plus, we are also affected by a very, as you know, these are great applications for this. As you can see, they put that here. Look at the wind turbine.
You want forward or backward?
You can see the 2 individuals on the wind turbine. That's something special. Okay. There you can see 400 feet long wind turbine. That's a big. So those here, you expect them to be. Plus there are 300 plus applications there. So considering that fact, we started our drone program in fall of 2019. So it's a fairly new program. And currently the program capabilities include training, where we can have students come and get trained as a pilot, operating drones. We get into certification that is required for them to do that. We also teach them how to operate sensors because most of the part of flying drones is also to know how to use different sensors on the drone. We teach them how to mission plan. The mission is different, unique, depending on the application. And then a big part of our program is also teach them when they get all the images, we get all the data how to process. But that's very important when it comes to inspection or even farming applications. And every application is different, and they need different approaches when it comes to road design. So we also teach them how to actually custom make themselves, so that in the future, if they want to start a company where they're building drones for specific application, this training will come in handy. Also, the applied research, due to the inventory drones we have currently in campus, we can pretty much cover every applied research area. From precision agriculture, to infrastructure, whether monitor solar farms or wind farms, pipeline power plants inspection. We also have capability of 3D mapping. We can also inspect 3D structures. Public safety is a big push for us. Forestry, transportation planning, and so on and so forth. And we also focus on the outreach, which I will talk about later in the presentation. We are also an FAA CPI program, which is the Collision Training Initiative. FAA came this program in 2020, and we were one of the early applicants of this program. We are proud to be part of this initiative. So let's look at our resources currently. As you can see in the slide here, we have different types of drones. We have fixed-wing drones that can fly in 45 minutes per hour, complete the mission. We also have rotary drones for short mission. They can fly for 25 minutes and complete their mission. And one of the drones that I just passed on the audience here is Atlas drone, which has an application on radar inspections. That is a lot of drone here, but we look at. And basically, what this drone can do is, once you program the drone, it can go lock itself next to the blade, and the blade is 200 feet long, and if you detect cracks on the blade, you can use the drone like that, because the drone has thermal camera. So we won't be able to see the crack. Visual camera can't see the crack, but when the thermal technology, you can actually see an airbag crack on the data. And then once you get the data, we also bring it back to the lab, and then we use the investigator software, X40, other mapping tools to actually process the software and give the results. Again, as I said, the drones are platforms, but the sensors play a key role here, and we carry the entire gamut of sensors here, coming from visual to multispectral. If you're looking for marketing applications, then definitely looking into multispectral sensors, you can actually see the prompt of different bands. If you are looking at inspection application, then you will go with the thermal sensor. Again, as I said, it's hard to see those airline cracks. That's where the thermal technology comes handy. And then if you're looking at 3D applications like bridge inspection, tower inspection, energy inspection, 3D infrastructure, that's where we use the light sensor space. We also complement our drone training as part of the curriculum through high fidelity simulation training lab. We currently carry 4 different scenarios training. We can pattern inspection training, we can build inspection training, we also focus on pushing applications and law enforcement. The big thing here is that before we even have students go and actually fly those drones, we want to make sure that they are well versed in their training. Simulation environments such as that really handling the training. We also use a mobile complement lab work. This command unit is again equipped with computers where students can actually go out in the field and they can do a quick vision and gather data, quick analysis before they come back to the lab. We're currently working on extending the capability where they can actually receive video clips straight into this mobile experience. Again, another slide where you can see students doing a simulator exercise of an emergency management response using drone. We also have an emergency management program, and we make sure that we're able to teach EF students also how drones can be useful in emergency responses. We have also done first responders training here at the CSU. We've invited fire department, police department, and EF personnel come and get training in simulation. We heard about outreach. We are very active in the outreach in the region. This summer, we did multiple programs to attract high school and middle school students to aviation and drone careers. We have
NASA Aerospace Academy for the last 5 years, next academy as well. And we are a site for like last 22 years, national transportation site where we are being a top part of our transportation and aviation capabilities. There's some other pictures. Just want to take some time to talk about the new initiative that we are launching starting this fall. We recently received a grant from the FAA, starts aviation purpose development, bringing 80 students to actually covering the cost because of college credit, get them FAA certification exams, and also get them license. So all this cost will be covered for these students. So we already have 30 students starting this fall, but over the period of 18 months, we try to reach students who will be here getting this training. Also want to talk about the Big Ten Community College partnership that PCSC has, as you all may be aware, Big Ten is building East Main 4.0 campus in Glendale, and PCSC is collaborating with them when it comes to building their unmanned aircraft system management program. So we're working closely with the team there, and in the future we'll have their campus. We are also building this pavilion, just walking distance from this facility, right here next to the water tower, which is a 25,000 square facility where students can actually train under a network facility. We know we are very close to the Coast Guard and Camp Sky with the 5 miles of an airport for a base. So we came up with a solution where students will now be able to train inside this network facility. We're also looking into some advanced training and in the process of getting this long strong. Again, this will be focused more on related type of applications or medical delivery during disaster. So students will also learn new technology once they have it their hands. Is that good for the presentation? I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Professor Lawrence? The downhill is an outstanding program. I think a lot of opportunities, especially it's what we're doing in offshore wind, but even beyond offshore wind, for sure. But really excited about this partnership we have with community college as well, and how that will expand the reach of what you're doing beyond just here in this city. Mark, you mentioned earlier that Duke uses drones. I didn't know you wanted to comment.
Yeah, David, thank you very much for that. Really good presentation and an amazing program here. With a question, I just want to reinforce everything that you said and the virtues of particularly the drone technology. We've been utilizing drone technology to inspect power lines. And it's a particularly relevant solution when you're talking about access to remote areas. We've got a lot of long line transmission that is hard to get to, and it's an incredible tool to be able to put a drone up there and inspect power lines, and the same can be said for wind turbines offshore. So just a plug for the technology and for the program.
We already saw in that video how much effort was going to the information. On the information that how you make and inspect.
Now, someone in here thought we were going to demo that drone flying around. Do we have any other questions for Dr. Vermont? Any of our online participants, our virtual participants, please unmute if you do. All right, Dr. Vermont, thank you. Really great. Wants to acknowledge, I have Representative Howard Hunter of District 5, Hertford and
State government, CIS.
Representative Howard Sill.
I got your.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes.
It's always good to be here. It's always good to see you. Good friend, serve with county officials.
Standing outside, where you gonna go from? It's like,
Okay, thank you. And I understand we have Mayor Rivers of the Elizabeth City here with us. Mayor, would you like to?
Well, if you voted in Elizabeth City, we're glad to be part of it. So excited about glad to have you in Elizabeth City. Welcome to Elizabeth City. We look forward to you. Some personal things is here and community. Chairman of the County Commission. Thank you. Chairman of the County Commission.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will remind task force members to mute the microphones around your table, and we'll take a break. When we return, Governor Cooper will be here. We'll have Governor Cooper before we move into our task force remarks. Thank you for your patience. dynamic duo that led to the states being named the #1 state for business by CNBC magazine and the #1 best business climate by Business Facilities magazine. A lot of that had to do with the work that Secretary Sanders has done, and certainly in partnership with Governor Cooper. So without further ado, no introduction to me. My name is Governor. Go right ahead, Governor.
Well, thank you for your leadership. Very grateful for this offshore wind powers task force. Already 6 months. The work that you guys have done in economic development part of this, infrastructure, job training, the public engagement, environmental justice, just really jam-packed into your committee, bringing it back, engaging with the public. It is so important. Thank you for doing it. Glad to have Secretary Gaskin and Secretary Sanders here, and Peter Ledford, our new Clean Energy Director for North Carolina. We are becoming the epicenter for clean energy in this country. And it's because we have planned, and it's because we have been committed to it. Now, one of the things that I often talk about clean energy and particularly offshore wind is the critical nature of our climate change. North Carolina has experienced the brunt of that. The two so-called 500-year storms within 23 months of each other in mostly the same place. We know what's happening out there. So do the private companies. Everybody's getting ready for it. So we know this is something that we need to do. The obviously climate change gets caught up in politics and terms. One thing we all can agree on in the pockets of everyday working things. This is how we've been able to pull together in a bipartisan way our efforts to attract clean energy to North Carolina and to take steps necessary to be on the cutting edge of technology. I ask people, if you don't believe that we're going to be going to EVs very soon, you talk to any of the CEOs or upper management of any of the car companies, they are falling all over themselves to get into this market quickly because they know that's where it's going. And North Carolina, we're ready for it. In fact, we've already. North Carolina's been trying for decades to get an auto manufacturer. And we decided to get one, and are fortunate enough to get one right time getting into the EV market. The perfect time to break through. So now we've been fast, and with Toyota batteries, supersonic, they can cleaner, faster jets, and now electric recreational boats. And we're about to for the next one, they decided to open its doors in North Carolina. Because of groups like this, because of our intentional efforts to make sure we're moving forward a clean energy future. Now, offshore wind is something that I've been in favor of wanting us to do for quite a while. When you think about the power that can be generated using the resources that God gave us, it is stunning. And when you think about the $140 billion investment that we think can be made in offshore wind before 2035, it's so important for us to be on the front end. We worked really hard to get legislation through the General Assembly that would require our power sector to have a 70% carbon emissions reduction by 2030 and to get to carbon zero by 2050. That's going to provide the evidence that we need to make sure that we're moving to solar, make sure that we're moving to offshore wind, making sure that we are using cleaner energy that's going to result in lower costs for consumers. It's going to have reliability, particularly once technology moves to where we know it's going to go. And it's going to put the money in the pockets of North Carolinians. So I'm grateful for that. On one thing, and actually to vote out to see the wind turbines and actually got them 2 feet under along the coast that the Navy has. And understanding that if you may come tomorrow, it is an enjoyable trip, 27 miles off the coast. There they are, silent, peaceful, powerful, quiet, generating electricity that's used to power homes and businesses along our shore. And Virginia, Dominion in Virginia is going to expand that. Obviously, they're working on it. We got Kitty Law, Duke Energy, and Long Bay. We hopefully have the Inflation Reduction Act that will pass the U.S. Senate and the House when the President sign it, that will remove this moratorium on offshore wind. And here we go. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for bringing us together and finding ways for us to move forward. I believe that North Carolina being on the cutting edge of clean energy is going to get us where we want to be as a state. It's going to help our country, and it's going to set an example for the rest of the world. And you guys are going to be at the top. So I know you're about to get ready together. I'm going to stay a few minutes and talk to the media. I'm going to talk to some of you guys too before you leave. I want to thank you. I just wanted to come and thank you for your work. Keep working in your full subcommittees. I read the report. A lot of great information there that you're gathering. You're going to help us solve the problems and the challenges that we have to face, get to a clean energy future in North Carolina. To do offshore wind right, we know we have to deal with marine fisheries. We know that we got to deal with site views. We know that we got to do birds. In fact, the Navy told me since they've been operating in 2020, zero bird strikes on the wind turbines. All of those issues, all of those challenges are solvable. We've got a map in Europe. We've seen how it works there. We just got to get the supply chain going here and reap all the benefits. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you for your great work and for the doctors. So thanks.
Advocacy for clean energy, beginning with Executive Order 80, going through 218 and 246. We know that this is something important to you, as it is to many of our citizens across the state, and we do appreciate all that you're doing and the support that you have for this state. Thank you.
Brad Adams, Spring Street, and go hot.
Very exciting brand given the best training, great skills.
See, give me the number.
Patrice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and when I'm in, I'm going to put the rings, please. We talked about it. I know. Yes, we can. Yeah.
Photobomb. Photobomb.
Also, so you came from like that.
Is that things today? Carter trying to be on it. All right. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Where did you go? Oh,
One bad. Chamber of Commerce next year. Off. Personality. Don't take it about. Exactly. Downtown. Person like that. They can all be. Yeah. The church and right next to you, everything off the ground. I was going to. I just talked to him right before. We talked about 1 o'clock. You appreciate it.
important work, and we're really committed to doing. Want to be mindful that we still have some of our legal leaders, virtual representatives. And if you have any lots of comments, please don't get yourselves and feel free to chime in. I'm going to invite Justin to share a little advanced preview of what we'll have for the members meeting. We'll be, November 1st, going to be focused on workforce development. Will be hosted by Gary Carter in Carter County. But part of that, we're going to have a special treat because we will have a delegation joining us from the UK. Offshore wind partners, and we're going to be coming here to share their expertise and information with us. And just maybe want to go ahead and elaborate on that.
Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. So yeah, the intention right now is to bring 8 experts from the UK, ideally in areas that are particularly relevant to the areas that we've discussed today. So for example, fisheries and ports, economic development, just to share their stories and answer any questions and engage in the dialogue and exchange ideas. So we're quite excited about it. They'll be coming to Carteret County to see intention for the meeting itself. But then we'll also be going down to Wilmington for a day and spending some time in Raleigh too. So if you have ideas on how they can best spend their time, people who they should meet or speak with, they're not the things we work, please just reach out and happy to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Justin. We're excited about that, and we look forward to that delegation joining us. I'm sure we're going to treat them as royally as they treated us when we went to the UK. So we do have some exciting plans. We do have some exciting plans for them. I do want to mention, we've been talking about among ourselves with our staff and some of our subcommittee team members, the need to really focus on how we can be the most productive and efficient with our time, particularly in understanding where we're going and what we want to do and what those things are we need to get in to identify, to look at infrastructure. As you know, the way we presented our infrastructure subcommittee, it was infrastructure and environmental justice. And in the very beginning, if you recall, one of the things I'm saying is environmental justice is not exclusive to infrastructure. Environmental justice applies to everything that we do, all aspects of the work that we're doing for this new industry and beyond the industry. So just as we go forward, we will not be referring to the infrastructure committee as infrastructure and environmental justice. It's going to have a focus on infrastructure, but we expect that each of our subcommittees will have a focus or certainly have to keep their eye on the ball for environmental justice as it impacts outreach and engagement, as it impacts economic development, as it impacts workforce development. So we want to just emphasize that environmental justice is important in all the work that we do. And I would invite anybody to chime in and comment on that if you have any other thoughts about it. Well,
I'll make a comment real quick if you don't mind. I was in a meeting with Deborah Maxwell, who leads the North Carolina NCTOWERS recently, and we were talking about environmental justice. And of course, I was looking at it through the lens of citing new infrastructure. And she reminded me that, we as a power utility drive a bunch of big diesel trucks around in rural areas of the state, oftentimes in communities that are underserved. And it was a good reminder to me that it's not just about the stuff that we seek to build, right? It's about everything that we do every day, irrespective of siting new infrastructure. It's the operation centers with transformers in the parking lots, just as is the power plant. So I appreciate that perspective very much.
Great, Jennifer, do you have some comments? I always have comments.
So as for the staff liaison, so something, the EJ infrastructure and equity subcommittee, now the infrastructure committee, I think y'all might recall back in February, made the pitch. This is, maybe if I do set it down. It's not like big hell.
Back up.
Sorry, just assume there. Dana and I tried to teach y'all is that I think our mission is bias that we.
The opposite is the one right here, further.
You
have to pull away.
Back up a little.
Pull away.
It's too close. That's too close. What's that? So what I tried to suggest to y'all earlier this year is that the mission of our subcommittee probably had like the highest mission, and what I think was probably one of the most important is that as we're doing this work, we leave communities and people behind, and that we are absolutely incorporating and engaging their thoughts and their concerns and their desires for what they want to see their communities and neighborhoods look like throughout the work that's being done. And so I'm excited that as we have evolved as a task force and the work that we have been engaging in thus far, that we have recognized that EJ, environmental justice, does not just belong in one subcommittee's topical area, that we do need to thread the concepts into the other three, like we just discussed, and it aligns completely with the mission that Governor Cooper has set us on through EO 246 that we are all trying to achieve in his good estimation. And I look forward to working with all of the members of the task force and lending my expertise and my background in working with environmental justice concepts and communities from my previous work at DEQ to help inform y'all's work and to help lean in and make sure that we're doing the very best job that we can for all people from here as we transition to a clean economy. My God. Thank you. Anyone have any other thoughts or questions? So before we go, Mark.
Make sure we be off the road. Tremendous thanks to East, Elizabeth City State for being such gracious hosts.
We are very grateful for the hostiness and the wonderful hospitality that's shown us here today and in St. Farmer Bowl for providing us for us today. As a reminder, for tomorrow, the task force and others will tour the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project that Dominion has near Virginia Beach. I'd like to thank John White, who was with the governor today on the tour for arranging a tour for us tomorrow. And it is the first offshore wind turbines to be installed in U.S. federal waters. Dominion executed the lease with BOEM in 2013. And when fully constructed in 2026, the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project will deliver up to 8.8 million megawatts per year clean energy, renewable energy to the grid, powering up to 660,000 homes. So we can learn a lot from our neighbors to the north. That's why we're part of this one called Smart Problems. But it's smart. Smart. So, Smart Power Partners. So we look forward to that tour. If you are leaving from the hotel here, the bus is leaving promptly at 6:15 a.m. If you are driving directly to Virginia Beach, you will need to be at that dock by 7:30. So I'm sure that's going to be an exciting tour. I just received a message from John White saying if you get chilly, you probably need to bring a jacket. But there will be indoor space, and it's a much bigger boat than we originally anticipated we would have. So you're going to have plenty of room to be socially distanced and comfortable, and enjoy the tour. With that, any final thoughts or comments before we adjourn? I want to thank everyone for coming today. I appreciate the work you're doing, and we really look forward to all the exciting things that we're gonna do with all that money that's flowing in North Carolina now. Everyone has good evening.